Not every driver who sees something on Haivan Pass lives long enough to tell the story. Some say they saw a woman standing on the shoulder of the road, her hair soaked, a white raincoat clinging to her body, one hand wrapped around a cloth bag, the other raised for a ride. Some say that the moment they let her into the truck, the cab turned as cold as a walk-in freezer. Some say she barely spoke at all. She only sat there, staring out toward the sea. But the part that terrifies drivers the most is not the moment she appears. It is the moment just after the truck clears a bend, when they glance at the passenger seat and realize it is empty. All that remains is a cold puddle of water, a faint smell of incense, and a voice behind their neck whispering, "Do not keep driving. Someone ahead is waiting to die." Haivan Pass lies between Tuệ Tien Huế and Da Nang. On one side, the mountains rise high and dark. On the other, the sea opens into a deep blue distance. By day, the place is breathtaking. The road curves around the mountainside. White clouds drift across the asphalt, and far below, the ocean stretches like a massive sheet of glass. People have long called it Thiên Ha de Nhat Hung Quan, the most majestic pass under the southern sky. But at night, especially on nights of rain and fog, that beauty changes into something else. Before the Haivan Tunnel came into common use, the pass was feared by countless long-haul drivers. Its sharp curves, steep grades, thick fog, heavy trucks, buses, and motorbikes made the road one of the most dangerous routes in central Vietnam. Many accidents happened there. Vehicles lost control and slammed into the mountain wall. Trucks overturned in the middle of blind turns. Some people drove across the pass once and never came home. That was when the stories began. Long-haul truckers said that on rainy nights, they sometimes met a woman standing by the road, asking for a ride. She never asked to go far, only across one stretch of the pass. Some drivers stopped out of pity, but after a short while, when they looked over, she was gone. Some believed she was the spirit of a traffic accident victim. Others said she was not there to hurt anyone. She was only looking for a truck that would take her back to the place where she died.
That night, Lam accepted a late delivery. He was 42 years old and had been driving trucks for almost 20 years. He was lean, sunburned, and always had the dark rings under his eyes that come from years of poor sleep. Lam was not the kind of man who believed in ghosts. To him, bad roads were dangerous. A faulty brake system could kill you. A sleepy driver could kill himself. Ghosts were just stories people told at roadside diners to make the night pass faster. His load that night was a shipment of refrigeration parts from Da Nang to Hue. Normally, Lam would have taken the Haivan Tunnel. It was faster, safer, and easier on the engine. But that evening, the warehouse called with a last-minute dispatch problem. He had to swing by an old pickup point near the Da Nang side of the pass and collect a few extra crates. Mr. Sao, the warehouse owner, told him, "Go up the old pass for a bit and loop down. It is faster than turning all the way around."
Lam Frau Wen.
"Why would I go up the pass at this hour, Uncle Sao? In this rain?" Mr. Sao stood under the corrugated metal awning with a cigarette burning down between his fingers. Rain hammered against the roof. A cold wind blew down from the mountain. "Take it or leave it. The customer is pushing hard. Besides, you have driven this road your whole life. What are you afraid of?" Lam gave a dry laugh. "Only idiots in small cars who think they are racers." Mr. Sao did not laugh with him.
Lam.
"Yeah. If you go up the pass and see someone asking for a ride, do not stop." Lam froze with one hand on the cargo door. "Why are you saying that all of a sudden?" Mr. Sao crushed the cigarette under his shoe on the wet concrete. Listen to an old man, especially near High Van Gate. Heavy rain, thick fog, someone standing on the roadside. Just keep driving.
Làm chút cờ.
You believe those stories too? Mr. Sao did not smile. It is not about believing. It is about the people who did not believe and died anyway. Those words stayed with Lam during the first stretch of the drive. Not because he was scared, because Mr. Sao's voice had been strange when he said them. Not like a man telling a spooky story. More like a man remembering something he had seen with his own eyes. Lam steered onto the pass close to midnight. The rain was not heavy, but it was steady, the kind of misty central Vietnam rain that looks harmless and still chills you to the bone. The wipers swept back and forth across the windshield, smearing the beams of the headlights into crooked streaks. Ahead, the road bent and vanished into a wall of white fog. Inside the cab, there was only the heavy growl of the engine, the wet hiss of tires on asphalt, and the faint static from the radio. Lam reached over and turned the dial, but every station broke apart in interference. A woman's voice came through for a moment, very soft and broken. If you go to Hugh, then go. Then the song dissolved into static. Lam switched the radio off. Singing at this hour, perfect. He spoke to himself the way long-haul drivers do when they are trying to stay awake. High Van Pass at night did not look like any road Lam had ever driven. He had crossed it many times in daylight. Standing near the top, the sea looked painted onto the world. Tourists stopped for photographs, laughed, bought coffee, ate rice dumplings, and posed beneath the old gate of Hai Van Quan. But after dark, all of that disappeared.
No tourists. No laughter.
No blue ocean. Only black mountain, deep drop-offs, white fog, and bends in the road that felt as if they were waiting to swallow the truck whole. Lam switched on his high beams. The light swept across the trees along the shoulder. A warning sign appeared, then vanished behind him. Dangerous mountain road, slow down. Lam eased off the accelerator. The truck crawled through a hairpin turn. At that exact moment, his phone buzzed. It was his wife, Thursday. Lam put her on speaker.
I'm listening.
Her voice was heavy with sleep. Where are you? Just got onto the pass. Why are you on the pass? You said you were taking the tunnel. I had to pick up extra freight. The line went quiet for a few seconds.
Lam.
What? I just dreamed about your mother. His hands tightened slightly on the wheel. My mother died a long time ago. I know, but in the dream, she was standing in the yard, completely soaked. She asked if you had come home yet. Lam felt irritation rise in him, mostly because he did not want to feel fear. It is late. Do not tell me strange things right now. Go back to sleep. Please drive carefully. I will. He ended the call. Inside the cab, the sound of the rain suddenly seemed louder. Lam's mother had died when he was very young. In truth, he barely remembered her face. There were not many photographs in the house. His father, Min, always looked away when her name came up. When Lam was a child, his father told him she had left because she could not stand being poor. Later, when Lam grew older, he stopped asking. Some stories, if the living refuse to tell them, cannot be explained by the dead. His father had died 3 months earlier. Before he passed, he left Lam an old metal box tied shut with wire. Inside were yellowed vehicle papers, a photograph with one burned corner, and a scrap of paper with a shaky line written across it. "Do not go up high, Van, on a rainy night." Lamb had thought his father was old and confused. But now, for reasons he could not explain, those words kept appearing in his mind. "Do not go up high, Van, on a rainy night." Around 12:30, the fog thickened. The truck was moving at barely more than 20 kilometers an hour. The wet road shone like black glass. The white lane markings slid under the tires like bones underwater. Lamb cracked the window to keep himself awake. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of wet earth, pine leaves, and salt from the sea. He was about to roll the window back up when he saw someone standing ahead. On the right shoulder, Lamb tapped the brake. A woman stood under the trees, maybe 10 meters from the front of the truck. She wore a white raincoat. Long hair hung across her shoulders. One arm held a dark cloth bag. The other was raised, asking for a ride. Her face was hidden beneath the hood. Lamb cursed under his breath. "Who stands out here at this hour?" Then he remembered Mr. Sau's warning. If you see someone asking for a ride, do not stop. The truck crawled past her. Lamb forced himself to look straight ahead. He did not stop. As the cab came level with her, the woman turned her head and followed him with her gaze. For one short instant, the headlights reflected across her face. Lamb saw pale skin and blue lips. He swallowed hard and pressed the accelerator. The truck passed her. But less than 20 meters later, something struck the back of the truck. Lamb glanced into the side mirror. There was nothing but fog. This time it was clearer, as if someone had rapped their knuckles against the cargo door.
Lam Frau Wen.
What now? He slowed down. The knocking continued. Not fast, not slow. 3 knocks at a time. Lamb thought a tie-down strap might have come loose, or maybe a branch had snagged against the box. If something was hanging off the truck, it could be dangerous on the descent. He pulled onto the shoulder, set the parking brake, grabbed his flashlight. Before opening the door, he looked at the passenger seat. Empty. He laughed at himself. Get it together, Lamb. He stepped down from the cab. Outside, the wind felt much colder than it had through the window. The misty rain hit his face like pinpricks. Lamb shone the flashlight around the cargo box. Nothing. The straps were tight. The doors were locked. The rear tires looked fine. He walked around to the back. The beam swept across the wet asphalt. Then he saw footprints.
Bare footprints.
Small.
Vet.
Pressed into the thin strip of mud near the shoulder. Lamb stood completely still. The footprints began at the roadside, came right up to the passenger door, and then disappeared. He spun around. Behind the fogged passenger window, someone was sitting in the cab. Lamb went cold. The woman in the white raincoat was inside his truck. She faced forward, motionless, as if she had been sitting there for a long time. Lamb could not remember how he opened the door and climbed back in. He only remembered that when he got behind the wheel, the woman slowly turned toward him. Her face was not as terrifying as he had imagined. She looked a little over 30, pale from the cold. Her eyes were sunken and tired, but deeply sad. Water ran from her hair to her chin and fell, drop by drop, onto the cloth bag in her lap. Lamb opened his mouth. "When did you get in?" The woman looked at him. "Can you give me a ride for a short distance?" Her voice was hoarse and very soft. But Lamb heard every word. He wanted to throw her out. He wanted to ask why she had climbed into his truck. He wanted to shout, if only to cover his fear. But when he looked into those eyes, all he managed to say was, "Where are you going?" "Past the 7th bend." Lamb narrowed his eyes. "Which one is the 7th bend?" The woman turned to the road ahead, drowned in fog. "Just drive. I will tell you when we get there." Lamb gripped the wheel. His hands were cold. "What are you doing on the pass at this hour?" She said nothing. Lamb looked down at her feet. She wore no sandals. Her bare feet were white, wet, and streaked with mud. His throat went dry. "Were you in an accident?" The woman shook her head. "Not yet." Lamb turned sharply toward her. "What does that mean?" She looked back at him. "The accident has not happened yet." The cab fell silent. Only the rain tapped against the windshield. Lamb forced out a thin laugh. "You talk strangely." The woman did not answer. Before Lamb could say anything else, the radio switched on by itself. Static filled the cab. Then a man's voice broke through the noise. "Truck license plate. Brake failure. Move clear." Lamb jerked his eyes toward the radio. He had turned it off. He reached out and switched it off again. The radio went silent. 1 second later, it came back on. This time it carried the sound of a child crying. Very softly, as if the cry were rising from the bottom of the ravine. The woman in the passenger seat closed her eyes. "Do not listen." Fear made Lamb angry. "Who are you?" She opened her eyes. Someone who once waited for a truck to stop. Lamb kept driving. He did not know why he did not make the woman get out. Maybe the road was too empty. Maybe the night was too cold. Maybe some part of him needed to know what would happen next. The fog was so thick that the headlights reached only a few yards ahead of the hood. The woman sat in silence. Every so often, she wiped the glass on her side with her hand and looked out as if searching for something. Lamb tried to keep talking so he would not lose his nerve. "What is your name?" After a long pause, she said, "Han." The name made Lamb stiffen. His mother's name had been Han too.
Nguyễn Thi Han.
But it was a common name. He told himself that. "Are you from Hugh?" "I was. And now I am on the road." Lamb stopped asking questions. A few minutes later, the woman said, "Lamb." The truck swerved slightly. Lamb snapped his head toward her. "How do you know my name?" She did not look at him. "It is embroidered on your shirt." Lamb looked down. His warehouse uniform did have LAM stitched on the chest. He let out a breath, trying to calm himself. Then she added, "Tran Phuc Lam." This time, there was no explanation that could calm him. No one at the warehouse used his full name. No one except on official documents. Lamb stepped on the brake. The truck shuddered to a stop in the middle of the road. "Who are you?" The woman remained calm. You should not stop here. Answer me." She turned and looked at him. Her eyes no longer looked only sad. They looked like they were begging. "Lamb, keep driving. A truck is coming behind you." As soon as she finished, a horn screamed from somewhere inside the fog. Lamb looked into the mirror. A huge light was charging toward them. Another truck. It was swaying down the road, headlights flashing, horn blaring without pause. Lamb cursed, hit the gas, and pulled tight against the mountain wall. The other truck tore past him on the left, missing him by inches. The blast of air shook the cab. In the split second when it passed, Lamb saw the driver's face. A middle-aged man, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream. But what froze Lamb's blood was the passenger seat of that other truck. A woman in a white raincoat was sitting there. No, not another woman. The same woman.
Hân,
Same wet hair. Same cloth bag in her lap. Same pale face turning to look at Lamb. The truck vanished into the fog. Lamb turned sharply toward his own passenger seat. Han was still there, motionless. Lamb felt as if his heart might burst. What was that? What just happened? Han said quietly, "He did not stop when I asked for a ride." "So you got into his truck?"
no,
Then who was sitting beside him? Han stared ahead. The thing waiting for him at the bend. Lamb did not understand. He did not want to understand. Ahead, a terrible crash split the night. Metal slammed against stone. Glass shattered. Tires shrieked across wet asphalt. Then came a silence that felt dead. Lamb hit the brakes. Han grabbed his wrist. Her hand was cold as ice water. "Do not get out. There was an accident. Do not get out alone. Are you insane? He could be dying." Lamb tore his hand free, opened the door, and ran into the rain. The rain had grown heavier. With his flashlight in hand, he ran forward. After one narrow curve, he saw the truck that had passed him lying tilted on its side. Its front end smashed into the mountain wall. The windshield was shattered. White smoke rose from the hood. Lamb rushed to the driver's door. The driver was trapped behind the wheel, his face bloody, but he was breathing. "Can you hear me?" The man groaned. Brakes failed. Lamb tried to pull the door open, but it was jammed. He turned back and shouted, "Han, help me!" No one answered. Lamb looked toward his own truck. The cab lights were on. The passenger seat was empty. Han had vanished. Lamb swallowed hard. Then, from behind the wrecked truck, he heard a woman's whisper. "Do not pull him out through that door." Lamb turned. Han stood by the shoulder, right beside the edge of the drop-off. The rain no longer seemed to make her any wetter, as if she had been soaked down to the bones for a very long time. "The other door," she said. "Pull him from the other door. The fuel line is about to catch." Lamb had no time left to be afraid. He did exactly as she said. He ran to the passenger side, grabbed the crowbar from his toolkit, and forced the door open. It took almost 3 minutes before the metal gave. He pulled the driver out just as a small explosion popped under the front end. It was not loud like in the movies, but it was enough for fire to flare under the hood. The driver lay on the road, gasping. Lam called emergency rescue. The signal broke in and out. Took a long time for the call to connect. While they waited, the injured driver suddenly grabbed Lam's hand. "Where is she?"
Lam bent closer.
"Who?" The man shook violently. "The woman in my truck." Lam said nothing. The driver began to cry. "I did not let her in. I swear I did not. I only drove past her. But when I reached the bend, I looked over, and she was sitting there. She told me to give it back." Lam felt the cold climb up his spine. "Give what back?" The man stared past Lam into the fog. "A child." Rescue arrived almost 40 minutes later. The injured driver was taken away. Lam's truck had not been seriously damaged, only streaked with mud and a long scrape where it had been forced close to the mountain wall. When people asked if Lam had been traveling with anyone, he almost said yes. Then he looked at the empty passenger seat and stopped himself. There was no trace of Han.
No raincoat. No klasbag. No footprints.
Only a small puddle on the passenger seat, slowly soaking into the old upholstery. One of the rescue workers noticed it and laughed. "Your cab leaking?" Lam did not answer. He sat inside the cab for a long time after everyone else left. The rain had eased. The fog was still thick. It was almost 2 in the morning. Lam knew he was not calm enough to keep driving. He remembered a few small tea stalls near the top of the pass. By day they served tourists. At this hour they should have been closed, but at least he could find a place to stop. He drove farther up. Near Hyven Gate he saw one little stall still glowing with light. A weak yellow lamp burned inside the fog. A faded tarp above the stall read, "Coffee green tea instant noodles." Lam pulled over. An old woman, maybe 70, sat by a charcoal stove. Her back was bent and her silver hair was tied behind her head. When Lam stepped inside, she did not look surprised. It was as if she had known he would come. "What will you drink?" "Hot tea, please." She poured the tea. Lam sat on a plastic chair. His hands were still shaking. The old woman set the glass in front of him. "You met her, didn't you?" Lam looked up. "Met who?" She stared out into the fog. "The woman who asks for a ride." Lam said nothing. The old woman sighed. "On rainy nights, someone always sees her. Some keep driving. Some stop. Some never come down from the pass." Lam tightened his grip around the hot glass. "You know her?" "Of course." "Who is she?" The old woman studied him for a long moment. "Why do you want to know?" "Because she knew my name." The old woman fell silent. The charcoal popped softly. Outside, wind hissed through the trees on the ridge. After a while, she stood and went into the back of the stall. She returned with an old notebook wrapped in plastic. Its edges were worn and soft. She placed it on the table. Before the tunnel, accidents happened here all the time. Ambulances, police, people from nearby houses. Everyone was used to running out to pull people from wrecks. I have sold tea here since I was young. Some of the dead had no one to claim them. Some lived, but lost their lives in other ways. Lam opened the notebook. Inside were old newspaper clippings pasted to the pages, with notes written in blue ballpoint pen. Bus accidents, trucks losing brakes, motorbike collisions, people falling into the ravine. Some of the ink had blurred from moisture. The old woman turned to a page near the middle. Here. Lamb looked down. The clipping was old and yellow. The headline was almost unreadable, but a few lines remained clear. Accident on Haivan Pass during night rain. Woman dead. Young boy missing after collision with truck. Lamb's heart slammed in his chest. He read on. The female victim was about 24 years old. Her name was Nguyen Thi Han, from Thua Tien Hu. She had been traveling with a little boy around 4 years old. According to witnesses, the mother and child may have been trying to hitch a ride across the pass in the rain. After the collision, the woman died at the scene. The boy was not found. Lamb heard blood rushing in his ears. What year was this? The old woman answered, more than 30 years ago. Lamb shook his head. That is impossible. Why? My mother's name was Han too. The old woman looked at him. Her eyes changed. What is your name?
Lam.
Full name.
Lam Hestita. Chan Phúc Lam.
The old woman went very still. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Then she asked in a lower voice, was your father's name Min? Lamb felt a chill run through him. You knew my father? The old woman sat down across from him. Her wrinkled face looked pale under the yellow light. Back then, people suspected one truck was involved in the accident, but it disappeared before the police arrived. Later, some people said the driver was named Min. He ran freight between Da Nang and Hue. Lamb slammed his hand on the table.
No.
The old woman did not flinch. My father was not that kind of man. She said softly, no one knows what kind of person they are when they are afraid. Lamb shot to his feet. The plastic chair fell backward. Do not talk about my father like that. The old woman only looked at him with sadness, not anger. Then why did you come up the pass tonight? Lamb opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Because of work. Because of the delivery. Because of coincidence. But in his mind, he saw the old metal box his father had left him. The scrap of paper with the shaky warning. Do not go up Haivan on a rainy night. The old woman slowly pushed the notebook toward him. Some dead people remain by the road, not to frighten anyone, only to wait until the last person finally comes back. Lamb put money for the tea on the table and walked outside. Before he got back into the truck, the old woman called after him.
Lam.
He turned. She said, if you meet her again, do not ask how she died. Then what should I ask? The old woman looked down the dark road below the pass. Ask what she lost. Lamb did not continue toward Hue. He turned into an empty pullout near Haivan Gate, shut off the engine, and sat alone in the cab. The rain began again. He took out his phone and tried to call his wife. No signal. He opened the glove compartment. Inside were vehicle papers, a rag, a bottle of medicated oil, and the old metal box his father had left behind. Lamb had brought it with him that afternoon because, after the delivery, he had planned to stop by the old family house in Hue and move a few of his father's things to the ancestral altar. The box sat there, silent, as if waiting to be opened. Lamb untwisted the wire. The lid lifted with a dry metallic scrape. He had looked through it once after the funeral, but only briefly. Now, under the cab light, Every object inside seemed frightening. Old registration papers, an expired driver's license, a photograph with one corner burned away. Lamb picked up the photograph. In it, a young woman stood near the sea, holding a little boy in her arms. Part of her face had burned away with the corner of the picture, but her smile was still gentle. On the back, someone had written, Han and Little Lamb Lang Ko, 1994. Lamb stopped breathing. He turned the photograph over again and again. Little Lamb.
Lang Ko. Han.
Everything inside his head began to break apart, but not enough to become clear. His father had said his mother left. He had said there were no photographs because the house burned. He had said she did not want to keep him. He had told Lamb to stop asking. Lamb searched deeper in the box. At the bottom was a mold-spotted envelope. On the outside, in his father's handwriting, were the words, "For Lamb, when you are brave enough." Lamb's hands shook so badly that he tore the edge of the envelope. Inside was a 3-page letter. Much of the ink had blurred. Lamb read,
Lam.
"If you are reading this, then I no longer have the strength to hide it. I am sorry. I am not your biological father." Lamb stopped. The world around him seemed to hollow out. The rain disappeared. The wind disappeared. Only the pounding of his heart remained. He kept reading. That night I was driving across Hai Van Pass. The rain was heavy. I was hauling cold storage freight. The truck was overloaded and the brakes were weak. Near the bend below Hai Van Gate, I saw a woman holding a child by the road. She asked for a ride. I did not stop. A little later, as I entered the bend, I lost control. The truck struck them. The woman fell. The child was thrown into the bushes near the shoulder. I was afraid. I was so afraid. I got out and saw that the woman was dead, but the child was still breathing. He was crying. He held onto my hand. I did not call anyone. I carried the child into my truck and drove away. I lied to everyone and said you were my son. I named you Tran Phuc Lam. I raised you with the rest of a coward's life. Your real mother was Nguyen Thi Han. The letter slipped from Lam's hand. He sat there without moving. Every memory of his father began to change shape. The man who had taught him to drive. The man who had beaten him once for speeding. The man who had stayed awake all night when Lam had a fever. The man who sat silently on the front porch whenever it rained. The man who had forbidden him from driving Hai Van Pass. None of those memories were ordinary anymore. They had become a confession lasting more than 30 years. Lam covered his face. He wanted to cry, but he could not. He wanted to be angry, but did not know where to place the anger. His father had caused his mother's death. But that same man had raised him. His mother had not left. His mother had died by the road. And Lam had lived his whole life in the house of the man who took him from her arms. At that moment, the passenger seat beside him sank slightly. Lam slowly turned. Han was sitting there. White raincoat, wet hair, cloth bag in her lap. But this time, under the cab light, Lam could see her face clearly. It was the same face from the photograph. His mother's face. Lam opened his mouth. No sound came out. Han looked at him for a long time. Then she lifted her hand, as if she wanted to touch his cheek. Her fingers stopped in the air. You grew up. Only 3 words. Lam collapsed against the steering wheel. A sob tore out of him like an old wound being opened. Mom! Han closed her eyes. A drop of water slid down her cheek. Maybe rain. Maybe a tear. Lam did not know how long he cried. When he lifted his head, Han was still there. Outside, the fog was so thick he could not see more than a few yards. His voice came out raw. What do you want me to do? Han looked through the windshield. Drive past the 7th bend. Is that where you died? She did not answer. Lam started the truck. The engine turned over with a heavy growl. He no longer knew what he was doing, but if Han had told him to drive straight off the mountain, he was not sure he would have had the strength to refuse. The truck rolled forward. Han began to count. First bend. The truck cleared a wide curve. Second bend. A short downhill stretch. Third bend. Fog pressed white against the windshield. Fourth bend. The radio crackled again. Fifth bend. The cry of a child came through closer than before. Sixth bend. Lam's hands went numb on the wheel. When they reached the next bend, Han placed her hand on the steering wheel. Stop. Lam pressed the brake. The truck stopped before a very narrow curve. On the right was the drop-off, below it a black ravine. On the left, the wet mountain wall where weeds grew out between the rocks. There was nothing special about it. Only another curve among dozens on the pass. But Lam felt that this place was colder. So cold his breath showed in front of him. Han opened the door and stepped out. Lam followed. The rain had stopped, but fog drifted across the road like incense smoke. Han stood by the shoulder and pointed down near the edge. There. Lam shone his flashlight. At first, he saw only weeds and stone. Then he noticed something caught between 2 roots. An old cloth bag. Dark. Half-rotted. Exactly like the one Han had been carrying in her lap. Lam climbed carefully down the edge, grabbed onto a tree, and pulled the bag free. The fabric was torn, but inside was a layer of plastic that had been wrapped tightly. He opened it. Inside were a tiny pair of children's sandals, a faded yellow sweater, an old birth certificate, and a thin notebook. Lam shone the light on the paper. Child's name.
Nguyễn Phúc Lam.
Mother.
Nguyễn Thi Hân.
Father. Left blank. Lam sank onto the road. Han stood before him. That day, I was not asking for a ride for myself. Her voice was so light it almost disappeared into the wind. I was asking for you. Lam pressed the bag to his chest.
I'm sorry.
Han shook her head. You are not at fault. But I lived with him. I called him father. A child calls the person who raises him father. That is not wrong. Lam looked at her. Then why are you still here? Han turned her head toward the road below. Because every night, there are people like him. Lam did not understand. Han continued. People who are tired, people in a hurry, people who think they only need to make it through one more bend, people who think a person standing in the rain has nothing to do with them, People who think that if they leave, the story no longer belongs to them. Wind swept across the pass. From far away, an engine rose through the fog. A passenger bus was climbing the pass. Its lights wavered in the mist. Lamb heard the faint squeal of brakes. Han looked toward the bus. Tonight, you are not the only one who needs the truth.
Lam sai vơ.
What do you mean? Han looked at him. The man driving that bus is falling asleep at the wheel. Lamb spun around. The bus was approaching the bend below. It was not moving very fast, but the road was slick and the fog was too dense. His headlights swayed. Lamb ran into the road, waving his flashlight. Stop! Stop! The bus blasted its horn. It did not slow down. Lamb shouted until his throat burned. Behind him, Han calmly raised one hand. A wall of white fog suddenly rolled down across the road. The bus slammed on its brakes. Tires screamed against wet asphalt. The bus slid sideways. Its front end stopped less than a meter from the edge of the drop-off. The door flew open. The young driver stumbled out, his face drained of blood. What are you doing standing in the road? I almost killed you. Lamb pointed to the front wheel. Look. The driver shone his light down. One front wheel had rolled over the edge. Half the tire was no longer on the asphalt. If the bus had moved another meter, the whole vehicle might have gone over. Inside, passengers began waking up, screaming, crying, calling out to one another. The young driver collapsed to his knees. I closed my eyes for a second. Lamb turned to find Han. She was still there, but her body looked fainter now, as if the fog had begun passing through her. Mom! Han smiled. You stopped. Lamb stepped toward her. Don't go. No one can stand by the road forever, Lamb. I just found you. I found you a long time ago. Han reached for him. This time, her cold fingers touched his cheek. In that moment, Lamb was no longer standing on Haivan Pass. He was a 4-year-old boy sitting in his mother's lap, hearing rain drum on the roof of a vehicle, hearing her sing softly. If you go to Hugh, then go. He felt her arms tighten around him. He saw the lights of a truck rushing toward them. He heard the brakes. He saw the world turn upside down. He saw his mother use her whole body to shield him. And he heard the last thing she said before darkness swallowed everything. Do not be afraid. Mom is here. Lamb opened his eyes. Han was still watching him. Now you know. Lamb held onto her hand. What do I do now? Han looked at the cloth bag in his arms. Take me home. It was almost dawn by the time rescue workers pulled the bus back from the edge. No one died. A few passengers had minor injuries. The young driver sat on the roadside crying like a child. He kept saying that before the bus slid. He had seen a woman in white standing in the middle of the bend, holding a little boy in her arms. No one believed him, except Lamb. As the sun began to rise, the fog slowly lifted from the pass. The sea appeared in the distance, deep blue and silent. Haivan Pass in the morning was beautiful enough to hurt. Lamb sat in the cab with the cloth bag on the passenger seat. This time the seat was not wet. It was not cold. Only the old photograph of his mother and himself rested neatly on top of the bag. He drove down toward Hugh. He did not hurry. He did not turn on the radio. He did not call anyone. He simply drove, as if each bend in the road were returning one missing piece of his life to its proper place. By noon, Lam found his mother's village using the address on the birth certificate. It was a small village near Tamjong Lagoon. Few people there still remembered Han, but an old neighbor, when she heard the name Nguyen Thi Han, pointed shakily toward the altar in an abandoned house. Han died on the pass. Back then, she carried her child to Da Nang to look for work. Later we heard she died. The little boy disappeared. Poor woman. Lam placed the cloth bag on the altar. He lit 3 sticks of incense. For the first time in his life, he called the person before him by the right name. Mom. There was no answer. Only incense smoke drifting straight up toward the roof. That afternoon, Lam called his wife. Thursday answered with fear in her voice. Where are you? I have been calling all night. Lam looked out across the field. I'm in Hugh. Is something wrong? Lam was quiet for a moment. I found my mother. The other end of the line went silent. Thursday did not ask anything else. Maybe because she heard his voice. The voice of a man who had just lost part of his life, but had also found another part of it again. 3 days later, Lam returned to the warehouse in Da Nang. Mr. Sao saw him and said nothing. He only poured a glass of tea and set it down in front of him. Lam asked, You knew about my father?
Mr. Sao sai.
Part of it. Why didn't you tell me? Some truths, when spoken by an outsider, only become cruelty. The right person has to hear them at the right time. Lam took his father's letter from his pocket. Mr. Sao looked at it. Min suffered after that night. I am not defending him, but after it happened, he never dared to drive Haivan Pass again. When it rained, he locked the door and sat still. Once, when he was drunk, he said he could hear a woman knocking on the cab door. Lam gave a bitter laugh. He was afraid my mother would come back for revenge? Mr. Sao shook his head. No. He said she never asked for his life. She only asked, Where is my child? Lam lowered his head. After a long silence, he asked, Uncle Sao, that delivery the other night, did I really need to go over the pass? Mr. Sao looked at him. No. Lam raised his eyes. What do you mean? Mr. Sao pulled a delivery slip from the drawer. The customer canceled in the afternoon, but that night the warehouse phone rang. A woman called. She knew your name and your truck's license plate. She said you had to go up the pass that night. If you didn't, a bus would go over the edge. Cold spread along Lam's spine. You heard her voice?
Mr. Sao knows that.
Clearly. Did she give a name? Mr. Sao looked out at the sky. Hang. Lam said nothing. He stood to leave, but Mr. Sao called after him.
Lam.
Yes. Your truck has a dash cam, doesn't it? Yes. Have you watched it? Lam shook his head. He had forgotten. That night, at home, Lam inserted the memory card into his computer. Thursday sat beside him. The video began as the truck climbed the pass.
Rain. Fog.
Dark road. Lam skipped ahead to the moment he saw the woman. On the screen, the truck passed the place where Han had been standing. But on the shoulder, there was no one. Lam felt goosebumps rise along his arms. The video continued. The truck stopped after the knocking at the back. Lam stepped out to check. The interior camera showed the passenger seat. Empty. Then Lam climbed back in. He looked toward the empty passenger seat and started speaking. But on the screen, the seat remained empty. Thursday covered her mouth. Lam sat frozen. For the entire stretch afterward, he was speaking to empty air. Asking her name. Asking where she was going. Asking how she knew his name. But no one answered. The camera had recorded only Lam's voice, not Han's. Lam skipped ahead to the truck accident, then to the tea stall, then to the moment he opened the metal box. Just as Lam began reading his father's letter, the video distorted. The image jerked. Static ripped through the audio. Thursday reached for the speaker to turn it down, but Lam caught her hand. Inside the static, a woman's voice whispered very softly. This time, the camera captured it. Do not be afraid. Mom is here. Thursday began to cry. Lam could barely breathe. He rewound the clip. Played it again. The same sentence was there. Do not be afraid. Mom is here. But the real final twist was not there. It was in the last 10 seconds of the recording. After the bus had been saved, after people were running back and forth through the fog, the camera faced the windshield. In the white mist, two figures stood by the roadside. A woman in a white raincoat, and a middle-aged man in an old driver's shirt. Lam recognized the man immediately. His father.
Minh.
Min stood a few steps away from Han, head bowed, arms hanging at his sides like a man awaiting judgment. Han did not look at him. She only looked toward the cab where Lam was sitting. Then the camera captured Min's voice. Hoarse. Distant. I gave him back to you. Lam sat completely still. On the screen, Han turned toward Min. Not angry. Not vengeful. Only sad. She answered with one final line. No. You only gave him back to the truth. A moment later, both figures dissolved into the fog. The video ended. Since that day, Lam has never seen the woman asking for a ride on Hai Van Pass again. But other drivers still say that on rainy nights, when the fog is thick near Hai Van Gate, they sometimes see a woman standing by the road. Only now, she no longer raises her hand to ask for a ride. She only stands there watching each vehicle pass. If a driver slows down, keeps a safe distance, and turns on the lights at the right time, she disappears. But if someone speeds, drifts into the wrong lane, or falls asleep at the wheel, they hear 3 soft knocks on the cab door. And a woman's voice whispers from the empty passenger seat. Stop. Do not let another child lose his mother on this pass. By day, Hai Van Pass is still beautiful. It is still the majestic road between mountain and sea. It is still the place where travelers stop to watch clouds drift over Hai Van Gate, take photographs, and say they have crossed one of the most stunning coastal passes in Vietnam. But to long-haul drivers, especially those who have driven it through rain at night, Hai Van is not only beautiful. It is also a place that keeps the sound of sudden breaking, cries for help swallowed by the wind, and names the living never had time to remember. And sometimes, in the middle of white fog, a spirit still stands beside the road. Not to frighten people, not to drag anyone into the ravine, only to remind the living of one thing. On the most dangerous roads, the scariest thing is not a ghost. It is a driver who thinks he can keep going, even when he is too tired, even when the night is too dark, even when there is only one more bend ahead.
If this story kept you listening until the end, leave a comment with the words Hai Van Pass so I know you made it through the fog. For more true location horror stories from real places across Asia and beyond, subscribe to Infinite Story Realm. And if you ever drive a mountain road in the rain, remember this: some warnings are not meant to scare you, they are meant to save you. They say that on Nui Cam, not everyone who gets lost is lost because they forgot the trail. Some people grow up in those forests. They know every slope, every bamboo thicket, every moss-covered stone. And yet, on certain nights, when the fog settles thicker than usual, they can walk for hours and still end up beside the same old tree. Others say that on Vo Bo Hong, pale blue lights sometimes appear halfway up the mountain. They do not look like flashlights. They do not look like headlights. They do not look like fire. They move in a line, slowly, as if someone is carrying lanterns and leading the way. That night, I brought a recorder to Tien Kam Sun to make an episode about the strange lights on the mountain. I came down the next morning, alone. But when I opened the audio file, I heard 4 separate breaths. One belonged to me. One belonged to the cameraman. One belonged to the editor who came with us. And the last one belonged to a child who had vanished on that mountain 30 years before. This story is inspired by Nui Cam, also known as Tien Kam Sun, in An Giang, Vietnam. The mountain is closely tied to the Seven Mountains region, pilgrimage routes, forest trails, old spiritual legends, and local stories about hermits, hidden debts, strange lights, and people losing their way even when they know the terrain. The story you are about to hear uses real place names and legend-inspired fiction. It is written as a cinematic horror narrative for audio. And it begins with one rule. If you hear your name from the forest, do not answer.
My name is Due. I am not an explorer. I am not a ghost hunter either. My job is ordinary: recording, sound design, post-production for storytelling channels. If someone had asked me whether I believed in ghosts, I used to laugh. I believed in wind getting distorted through a microphone. I believed in low frequencies that could make human skin prickle. I believed in insect noise stretched through audio software until it sounded like crying. I believed in imagination, especially when people stood too long in the dark. But I did not believe a mountain could call a person by name. Not until the trip to Tien Kam Sun. It was the end of the 7th lunar month. The rains in the Mekong Delta had stopped only 2 days earlier. The road from Long Shuyan toward Tin Bien was still damp, with rice fields, sugar palms, and a heavy gray sky on both sides. I went with Mai and Phuc. Mai was the editor, 30 years old, shoulder-length hair, always carrying a black-spined notebook. She was not afraid of spiritual stories. What she feared was making dull content. Phuc was the cameraman. 26, obsessed with drones, wide shots, and fog moving through trees. From the moment we got in the car, he kept saying, "Due, if we actually capture the strange lights, this video is going to explode." I laughed. Strange lights are usually motorbike lamps, house lights, or stories people tell because they sound better that way. I looked through the window and asked, "Do you know why they call it Nui Cam? The Forbidden Mountain?" I said, "There are a lot of explanations. Some people say the mountain used to be dangerous, full of wild animals, and few dared to climb it. Some say people were once forbidden from going up. Others connect it with stories about hermits and spiritual masters practicing in the mountains."
Menoded.
That is enough for me. Real enough, but still atmospheric. I said nothing more. There was one thing I had never told Mai or Fook. I was born in Njong, but I almost never went up Nui Cam. My mother forbade it. Not in the casual way adults tell children not to wander too far. It was absolute. When I was little and asked why, she only said, "Our family has nothing missing that needs to be found up there." I would say, "But people go there to pray. People go there to visit." My mother would stop whatever she was doing. Then she would look at me for a long time and whisper, "That mountain returned you to me once. I do not want it to remember." Back then, I thought she was superstitious. After she died, I found an old brown cloth pouch in her wardrobe. Inside was a faded photograph. It showed a man standing near a lake on the mountain. Behind him were white fog and the blurred shape of a Buddha statue in the distance. He was holding a child, maybe 2 years old. The child's face was washed out by sunlight, but one small hand was gripping a red thread. On the back of the photo, someone had written, "Do not bring Due back to the mountain before he turns 35. That year, I had just turned 35. We reached the foot of the mountain a little after 3 in the afternoon. The tourist area was still crowded. Pilgrims, vehicles, vendors, children, sandals scraping over concrete. All the sounds blended together into something almost comforting. The more I looked at it, the more the horror stories about Nui Cam felt distant and exaggerated. In a place this busy, where could a ghost even hide? I met our local contact, a sugar palm juice vendor named Aunt Hai Swang. She was in her 50s, sun-darkened, soft-spoken, with sharp eyes. She placed 3 cold drinks in front of us and asked, "How late are you planning to film?" I said, "We want to shoot sunset, then go near the Vo Bo Hong area for night audio. Is there anyone who can guide us?" Aunt Hai Swang froze while pushing a straw into one of the cups. "At night?" Fook smiled. "Yes, ma'am. We have permission. We will only film lightly. We will not disturb anything." She looked at Fook, then at me. "It is not about disturbing anything. At night on that mountain, even people who know the paths are not always sure where they are walking." I took out my recorder and asked, "Have you heard stories about locals getting lost even though they know the mountain?" She did not answer right away. She turned and looked up toward the peak. Clouds were crossing the upper slopes, covering part of the mountain. Afternoon light fell across dark patches of forest, making Tien Cam's sun look like a massive stone body breathing under the sky. Finally, she said, "I have heard many things. Whether you believe them is up to you. But if you truly want someone to guide you, wait here. I will call Uncle Muoy." About 10 minutes later, an old motorbike rolled up. The man riding it was around 60, thin, sun-browned, with deep but gentle eyes. He wore a faded button-up shirt and a cloth cap. Tied to the back of his motorbike were a coil of rope and an old raincoat. "Which one of you is Dewey?" he asked. I was startled. "I am." He looked me up and down. His eyes stopped on my left wrist. I was wearing the old red thread from my mother's pouch. I did not know why I had brought it on this trip. Uncle Muoy said, "You are grown now." I frowned. "Excuse me?" He looked away, as if he had said too much. "I mean, you are old enough to climb. Come on. If we wait much longer, the fog will come down." I asked, "Have you ever seen the strange lights on the mountain?" Uncle Muoy smiled, though I could not tell if there was any happiness in it. "There are many lights on this mountain. Some belong to lamps, some belong to people, and some do not want you to know where they come from." Fook immediately turned on his camera. "That was perfect, Uncle. Can you say it again?" Uncle Muoy looked straight into the lens.
No.
If a sentence is spoken once and the listener does not remember it, perhaps it is better forgotten. We took the main road up first, then walked along a smaller path near the lake as evening began to dim. The air on the mountain was cooler. The noise from below faded behind us. Soon there were only sandals on stone, wet leaves brushing together, and the distant sound of a temple bell, clear one moment and swallowed by fog the next. Tui Lim Lake appeared in the gray-silver light. The water was wide and strangely calm. Fish occasionally broke the surface, sending small ripples outward, and then everything flattened again like an old mirror. Farther away, the Maitreya Buddha sat against a cloudy sky. His face looked kind, but as the mist thickened, that smile seemed blurred, as though seen through a veil.
Mais whispered.
"This is beautiful. We do not even have to force the atmosphere." Fook set up his camera and filmed the water. I put on my headphones and tested the ambient audio. At first, there was only wind. Then a tiny sound appeared in my headphones. Like someone tapping a fingernail against the side of a bowl. I took off the headphones. In the open air, I heard nothing. I put them back on. I turned the microphone toward the lake. The sound became clearer. I saw my expression change. "What is it?" I handed her the headphones. She listened for a few seconds, then frowned. "What is that? It sounds like somebody tapping from under the water." Uncle Muoy stood beside a tree, looking at the lake. "Do not point the microphone at the water for too long." Fook laughed. "Why? Are the fish talking?" Uncle Muoy did not laugh. "Not everything underwater wants to be heard." That sentence silenced all three of us. A gust of wind crossed the lake. Fog descended from nowhere, moving fast, covering the far bank. In that fog I saw a light. Small. Pale blue. It appeared above the lake, low over the surface, then drifted slowly toward the shore. "Fook," I whispered, "film that side." He turned the camera. But the moment the lens faced it, the light went out. He lowered the camera. I did not see anything. I shook her head too. Only Uncle Muoy looked at me. You saw it, did you not? I asked. Saw what? The light. I tried to sound calm. Maybe it was a reflection from somewhere. He nodded. Yes, your father said the same thing once. I went still. You knew my father? Uncle Muoy did not answer. He tapped his bamboo stick lightly against the ground.
Come?
It is getting dark. The trail leaving the lake was narrower than I expected. Trees crowded both sides. Roots rose out of the wet earth like black veins. The ground was still damp after the rain, and every step made a soft sucking sound. The farther we went, the farther the temple bell seemed to drift away. Our phone signal weakened, then disappeared completely. I turned on a small flashlight. Fook muttered, "No signal. I guess the drone is useless." Uncle Muoy said, "That is for the best." Why? There are places up here where things fly up and do not want to come down. Fook gave a nervous laugh. You really know how to tell a scary story, Uncle. Uncle Muoy stopped walking. I am not telling a story. I am stating rules. I immediately asked, "What rules?" He raised 3 fingers. First, walk behind me. No one separates from the group. Second, if you see lights, do not follow them. Third, if you hear someone call your name from the forest, do not answer. Fook glanced at me. Due, that belongs in the intro. I could not laugh. Because at the exact moment Uncle Muoy finished speaking, I heard someone whisper, "Yui." The voice came from the left side of the trail. A woman's voice, very much like my mother's. I stopped. I bumped into my shoulder. Are you all right? I stared into the forest. I saw only trees and fog. Uncle Muoy turned back. You heard it already? I swallowed. It sounded like my mother. He came closer and put one hand on my shoulder. Your mother is dead, is she not? I did not ask how he knew. I only nodded. He said quietly, "Then you must not answer. The dead who love you will not call you into a forest at night." The sentence froze my spine. We kept walking. About 20 minutes later, the trail began to climb. The trees covered the sky. The last light vanished quickly, as if someone had placed a black lid over the entire mountain. Fook walked at the back, turning every now and then to film behind us. At one bend, he suddenly whispered loudly, "There are lights." Mai and I turned. Fook was pointing the camera toward a rocky slope in the distance. Between the tree trunks, 3 pale blue lights floated. They were not still. They bobbed slowly, as though held by unseen hands. Mai opened her mouth but said nothing. I pressed record. Uncle Muoy snapped, "Turn off the camera." Fook kept looking through the monitor. "Uncle, this is real. I got it." Uncle Muoy walked over and pulled the camera down hard. I said, "Turn it off." Fook's voice sharpened. "What are you doing? This is exactly what we came here to shoot." Uncle Muoy looked at him. You think you are filming it, but perhaps it is marking you. At that moment, one of the three lights separated from the others. It began drifting toward us. Not quickly, but certainly. Uncle Muoy grabbed Mai's wrist and mine. Go. Fook stayed a few seconds longer. I shouted, Fook. He startled and ran after us. Behind us, the blue light slipped between the trees. And inside my recorder, which was still running, I heard a child laugh. We moved fast for nearly 10 minutes before Uncle Muoy stopped beside a large tree. A faded red cloth was tied around the trunk. He shone his light across the ground. This is not right. Mai was breathing hard. What is wrong? We already passed this place. Fook immediately objected. That is impossible. We went straight. Uncle Muoy pointed at the tree. I tied this cloth here more than 10 years ago. It marks a place where you must not turn left. I stared at the cloth. My heart began to pound. The red strip on the tree looked exactly like the red thread on my wrist. Mai opened the offline map on her phone. The screen spun. Our location jumped from place to place. One moment it showed us near the lake. The next, down at the foot of the mountain. Fook tried to call someone, but there was no service. He was getting angry now. Why don't we just go back the way we came? Uncle Muoy said. The way we came is no longer the same way. I looked at him. What does that mean? He planted his bamboo stick in the mud. There are parts of this mountain that belong to people in the daytime. At night, they belong to something else. A sound came from the forest. Crack. Like a branch breaking under a foot. All of us turned. Nothing. Then came the voice. Fook. This time it was a man's voice. Fook went pale. My father! Uncle Muoy said at once. Do not answer. But Fook had already taken a step back. My father is still alive. The voice called again. Fook, come help me. Fook trembled. He had a stroke. His voice sounds exactly like that. Uncle Muoy stepped in front of him. If he is alive, then he is even less likely to be in this forest. Fook shouted, What do you know about it? He shoved past Uncle Muoy and ran toward the voice. Everything happened too fast. I lunged after him, but Uncle Muoy held me back. Do not. Let go of me. Follow him and we lose one more. In the darkness, Fook's flashlight swung wildly between the trees. He called, Dad, where are you? Then his light went out. Silence. A thick, suffocating silence.
M'escrimed.
Fook. No answer. Only my recorder kept running. Inside the headphones, I heard Fook breathing hard. Then I heard him whisper, Dewey, why are you standing there? I went cold. Because the voice did not come from ahead of us. Came from directly behind me. I turned around. No one was there. Uncle Muoy made us dim our lights. The brighter you make yourselves, the more it knows you are afraid. I could barely stand. I helped her walk behind him, calling Fook's name again and again, even though I already knew it was useless. Rain began to fall. Not heavily, but cold. Drops passed through the canopy and sounded like whispers above our heads. After another 15 minutes, we saw an old hut tucked against a rock wall. Half the thatched roof had rotted away. The wooden door was warped. In front of the hut stood a small stone altar with a dead incense bowl and a cracked bronze bell. Uncle Muoy said, "We rest inside. Wait until after midnight." I asked, "Whose hut is this?" "Someone once practiced here." "A hermit?" I asked. He did not answer directly. People of the mountain do not like their names spoken carelessly. Inside the hut, the air smelled of mold, old incense smoke, and cold earth. Some torn paper hung on the bamboo wall, the writing almost erased. In one corner sat a small iron chest covered in dust. Fook had been missing for less than an hour, but it felt as if the whole night had already passed. I sat with her knees pulled to her chest, eyes red. "Dway, can we call anyone?" I lifted my phone. No signal. Uncle Muoy stood at the door, watching the forest. "We cannot go down yet. Wait." I could not hold back anymore. "Uncle Muoy, you know what is happening, don't you?" He turned and looked at me. "I know part of it." "Where is Fook?" "If he does not answer again, we may still find him in the morning."
Miss Obed.
"What do you mean, answer again?" Uncle Muoy spoke slowly. "It calls your name once so you turn your head, a second time so you walk toward it, a third time so you agree to stay." The hut went silent. Then the bronze bell outside rang by itself. One dry, small note. Uncle Muoy stepped inside and pulled the door shut. Kung, kung, kung. The bell rang evenly, as if someone outside was tapping it with a fingernail. I covered her mouth. I pointed the microphone toward the door. In my headphones, the bell stretched into a warped sound. Then came Fook's voice. "Yui." I started to rise, but I held her down. The voice was right outside the door. "I am so cold. Let me in."
Meshuk.
"That is Fook." Uncle Muoy shook his head. "No, it is not." The voice outside said, "Open the door. It is standing behind me." I cried without sound. I gritted my teeth. I wanted to open the door. But in the headphones, underneath Fook's voice, I heard another layer. Not one voice. Many. Men, women, children, old people. All of them saying the same thing, overlapping one another. "Open the door." I ripped off the headphones and stepped back. Uncle Muoy looked at me. "You hear it now?" I nodded. "How many people are out there?" He said, "Not people." The bell stopped. A silence followed. Then I heard my mother's voice. Yui. I closed my eyes. The recorder trembled in my hand. I miss you. I bit my lip until I tasted blood. My mother had died of a stroke 3 years earlier. In her final days, she could barely speak. But the voice outside sounded younger, stronger, exactly like when I was a child. Due, open the door for me. I whispered.
No.
Her voice softened. Do you not want to know where your father is? My eyes opened. Uncle Muoy turned sharply toward me. Outside the door, my mother's voice continued. He is still waiting for you on the mountain. The voice vanished with a hard gust of wind. The hut sank back into silence. I was exhausted, leaning against the bamboo wall. Uncle Muoy gestured for me to approach the iron chest in the corner. Open it. I looked at him. Why me? Because it is not waiting for them. It is waiting for you. The words raised goosebumps along my arms. The chest was not locked. A piece of copper wire had been wrapped around it. I unwound the wire, and the lid creaked open. There was no gold inside.
No extrañe talismán.
Only ordinary things. A rotting notebook, a hand-drawn map, an old compass, and a cassette tape. A label was stuck to the cassette. The writing was blurred, but I could still read it. For Due, when he is old enough.
Isette frozen. Mais crawled closer.
Due, whose handwriting is that? I did not answer. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped the tape. In my equipment bag, I had a small cassette player, a prop I sometimes used to record analog hiss. I did not know why I had packed it for this trip. While preparing my gear, I had simply thought it might give the video an old texture. Now it fit perfectly in my palm, as though someone had prepared it long before me. I slid the tape in. Pressed play. At first, there was only static. Then a man's voice emerged. Hoarse, tired, but clear. Due, if you are hearing this tape, it means your mother could not keep you away any longer. I stopped breathing. It was my father's voice. Not the blurred memory of a 5-year-old child. The real voice, so close it felt as if he were sitting in front of me. On the tape, my father said, I did not die at the foot of the mountain as people told you. I did not abandon your mother either. I stayed because I owed a debt. I stared at me, white-faced. Uncle Muoy lowered his head. The tape kept turning. Back then, I was young, poor, and stupid. I heard people say there was an old treasure hidden somewhere on Tien Kam Sun, something left in the rocks by those who came before. I went up with 3 other men. One knew the trails. One claimed to know charms. One carried a map. And I only carried greed. I heard him sigh. That night we saw lights, blue lights moving in a line along the slope. The guide told us not to follow them. The man who knew charms said they were lights following a vein in the mountain. The man with the map said the treasure had to be that way. So we went. I looked at Uncle Muoy. He did not look back. After a while, we could no longer hear the forest. No insects, no birds, no wind, only the footsteps of 4 men. But when I pointed my light at the ground, I saw 5 shadows. My blood seemed to freeze. The fifth shadow was tiny. It walked between us, like the shadow of a child. Static grew louder. My father coughed. We found a stone door beneath a cliff. It did not look like a cave. It looked built, then hidden. Many names were carved on the door. The man who knew charms could not read them all. He only said it was not treasure. It was a ledger of debts.
Mais whispered.
A ledger of debts. My father's voice continued. Inside, there was no gold, only bamboo tags hanging across the walls. Every tag had a name, a birth year, and a death date. But some tags had no death date, only 2 words, not paid. The red thread around my wrist felt suddenly warm. I saw my own name. I saw the names of the 3 men with me. Then I saw a new bamboo tag, still fresh, hanging alone in the center of the room. His voice broke. It had your name on it. I pressed stop. The hut was freezing. I shook her head. That is impossible. You were not with them. Uncle Muoy said softly, Yes, he was. I turned toward him. What did you say? He looked at me for a long time. You were on the mountain that night. I stood up.
No.
My father left before I was born. That is what my mother told me. Uncle Muoy shook his head. Your mother told you that so you could live normally. My throat tightened. Who are you? He answered, The man who carried you down the mountain. The tape remained in the player. I did not want to hear more, but my hand pressed play on its own. My father's voice returned. When we entered that stone room, you were lying in the center of the floor. You were not crying. You were not smiling. You just looked at me. A red thread was tied around your wrist. I stared at my own wrist. No one knew where you had come from. The guide said we had to leave you there. The man who knew charms knelt and bowed, saying the mountain had shown us something we should never have seen. The man with the map went mad and kept clawing at the stone walls, looking for gold. A distant scream crackled through the tape. Then the stone door closed. I covered her mouth. The other 3 men vanished before my eyes. No blood, no sound. Only me, you, and Muoy Lan were left. I turned to Uncle Muoy. Lan? He nodded. My full name is Muoy Lan. The tape continued. Muoy said that if we wanted to leave, we had to give back what the mountain had called. I held you. I did not know who you were, but you held my hand as if you had known me all your life. I could not leave you. His voice cracked. I begged the mountain to let you go down. I said if something had to be paid, I would pay it in your place. But the voice in the stone said, No one can pay for their own blood. My heartbeat filled my ears. I did not understand those words until we reached the lake. Muoy looked at your face and said, You looked exactly like me when I was little. I stared at me. I could not speak. Dewey, you were not a child I found. You were my son. But your mother and I had never brought you up the mountain. The night you disappeared, you were only 2 years old. No door opened. No footprints were found. Only your red thread lay under the family altar. The hut tilted around me. A memory flashed somewhere in my mind. A small house, the smell of incense. My mother asleep beside a hammock. A pale blue light outside the door. I, 2 years old, stood and followed it. No one called me. Only a tiny bell rang. I sank to my knees. My father said on the tape, "Muoy carried you down." I stayed behind to hold the stone door. Before he left, he promised me he would bring you back to your mother. But the mountain would not accept losing what it had called. It took Muoy on the way down. I looked at the man in front of me. Uncle Muoy still stood there. Faded shirt. Old cloth cap. Gentle, sorrowful eyes. I whispered, "You died." I turned to him in horror. Uncle Muoy did not deny it. He only said, "I made it to the foot of the mountain. I handed you to your mother. Then I could not take another step. I backed away."
No.
"Aunt Hai Swang called you." Uncle Muoy looked toward the hut door. "Hai Swang did not call anyone. You heard the phone number inside your own head." I remembered the drink stall. Aunt Hai Swang had said, "I will call Uncle Muoy." But I had never seen her use a phone. No one greeted him when he arrived. No one looked at him. Except us. No. Except me.
Mais trembled.
Due. At the stall, I thought he was someone you knew. I turned to her. "You saw him."
M'écrier.
"I saw you talking to yourself beside an old motorbike parked on the road." Every sound in the forest seemed to vanish. Uncle Muoy sighed. "Only someone who has once been called by the mountain can see the one who guided him back." I gripped the cassette player. "Then what about Mai and Fook? They are innocent." He did not answer immediately. A blue light appeared through the crack in the door. Then a second. Then a third. They hung in the rain. Uncle Muoy said, "Tonight, the mountain is not calling them." He looked at me. "It is calling you." The door of the hut flew open. Wind and rain rushed in.
M'escrimed.
Outside, dozens of blue lights were suspended between the trees. They were no longer far away. They were right in front of us, arranged like a path. Path leading upward. Uncle Muoy held his bamboo stick. "If you want to save the other two, you must go to the place where your father stayed behind." I gave a dry laugh. "You say that like I have a choice." "You do. You can run down. Tomorrow morning, people will find you at the foot of the mountain. But Fook and Mai will no longer remember they came here. They will live on, only sometimes dreaming of a bell." I grabbed my hand.
No.
"I am not leaving Fook." I looked at her. That was when I realized Mai had never been called by the forest. She was not the one the mountain wanted. Fook had been lured because he was vulnerable. I had been brought back because my time had come. I asked Uncle Muoy, "If I go there, what happens?" He said, "You will learn what the treasure truly is." There really is a treasure? His eyes were very sad. Yes, but no one takes it and remains the same person. we left the hut. The path toward Vo Bo Hong at night did not look like any trail I had ever seen. Blue lights moved ahead of us, revealing wet stone steps one by one. The forest on both sides was completely silent. No insects. No rain on leaves. Only my breathing and mice. Uncle Muoy walked behind us. I asked, "You are not leading anymore?" He said, "From here on, you remember the way better than I do." I wanted to say I had never been there, but my feet turned by themselves into a narrow path behind a rock. I knew there would be a large route ahead. I knew there would be a small stream to the left. I knew the third stone would be slippery if I stepped on it. I knew everything, as if the memory of the 2-year-old child had never left my body. I looked terrified. "Due, have you been here before?" I answered, "I think my body remembers." We climbed higher. The fog opened in layers. In a clearing near the rock face, I saw Fook. He sat on the ground, clutching his camera, eyes wide and fixed on nothing. "Fook!" I ran to him. Fook turned slowly. "Meh." I got it on camera. I looked at the camera screen. On it was an image of me standing in the forest. But not me as I was now. A child. A small child in a white shirt, red thread around his wrist, standing among blue lights. The child looked straight into the lens and smiled. Fook whispered. It kept saying, "Due is not the one who came down. Due is the thing that was released." I slapped him hard. Fook jolted, and his eyes slowly cleared. "Where am I?" Uncle Muoy pulled him to his feet. "If you can walk, walk." Fook began to cry. "I heard my father calling." Uncle Muoy said, "Everyone hears the thing they are weakest for." No one spoke after that. We kept walking. Near midnight, the rock wall appeared. It was not grand. It was not dramatic. It was only a dark slab of stone hidden behind bushes, the kind of thing no one would notice in daylight. But in the center of it was a narrow crack shaped like a door. Many red threads were tied around that crack. Some old, some new, some already rotting away, some fresh as though tied there yesterday. The cassette player in my hand turned on by itself. The tape was no longer moving, but my father's voice came through anyway. "Due, you have come home." The stone crack opened when I touched it. There was no thunder, no shaking earth, no blinding light. Only darkness parting inside, revealing a narrow passage down into the mountain. Cold earth breathed out. I shook her head. "Do not go in." I looked at her. "I have to." Fook grabbed my arm. "I am sorry. This is because of me." "No," I said. "It was never because of you." I turned to Uncle Muoy. "Will you come with me?" He shook his head. "I can only bring you to the door." "Why?" He smiled gently. "Because I have already paid my part." I stepped inside. Mai and Fook tried to follow, but the moment they crossed the threshold, they stopped as if they had hit an invisible wall. Dwi,
Meshuted.
her voice sounded far away. Uncle Muoy stood outside the door. Only the one whose name is written may enter. I walked alone. The narrow passage widened into a chamber deep inside the mountain. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of bamboo tags hung from the walls. They swayed though there was no wind. Each tag bore a name. I did not dare read them. At the center of the room stood a stone table. There was no gold on it.
No jewels. No treasure chest.
Only an old bronze mirror. The surface was cloudy. When I looked down, I did not see my face. I saw a small house at the foot of the mountain. My mother, younger, asleep beside a hammock. A 2-year-old child standing inside the house. A blue light outside the door. The child walking after it. I wanted to scream. The mirror changed. I saw my father and 3 other men walking through the forest. They followed the lights. They opened the stone door. They found the child. My father lifted the child into his arms. A voice filled the stone room. It was not human. Not male, not female, not old, not young. You have taken what belongs to the mountain. My father knelt. He is my son.
No.
He is the keeper of the door. I stepped back. Keeper of the door? The voice spoke again, not from the mirror this time, but from inside my skull. The treasure of Tien Kamsun is not gold. It is a road. All the bamboo tags on the walls began to tremble. A road where the living see what they desire. A road where the dead call what they miss. A road where the greedy walk forever without arriving. A road where the chosen one returns to open the door. I looked around. In the corner of the chamber sat a man against the wall. His hair and beard were white. His clothes had nearly rotted away. But I recognized him instantly. Dad. He opened his eyes. My father did not look old in a natural way. He looked like someone time had forgotten, leaving only exhaustion behind. Yui. I ran to him and held him. His body was cold as stone. Are you alive? He put a hand on my head. I do not know. There are no days in here. I cried. 30 years of questions broke open inside me, but not one of them came out clearly. My father looked at my wrist. Your mother kept the red thread. I nodded. She is gone. He closed his eyes. A tear slid down his hollow cheek. Then she kept her promise until the end. I asked, "What am I?" He looked toward the bronze mirror. You were born at the hour the mountain door opened. Long ago, people believed that once in a generation, the mountain would choose someone to guard the passage between what the living should and should not enter. The night you disappeared, the mountain called you. I brought you back. I thought if I stayed behind, it would be enough. It was not enough? He shook his head. The keeper must choose for himself. I understood. The entire trip had only one purpose, to bring me back here. The lights had not hunted me. The spirits had not fooled me. They had fulfilled a promise delayed for 33 years. I asked, "If I stay, Mai and Fook can go down?" "Yes." "And you?" My father smiled. "If you accept the door, I can leave." I looked at him. Leave. Such a gentle word for something so merciless. Outside, I heard Mai calling my name. Her voice grew distant, as if it were on the far side of water. I asked, "If I refuse?" My father did not answer. The mirror lit up. I saw Mai and Fook walking down the mountain at dawn. They did not remember me. No one remembered me. In my mother's photograph, I was gone. The rented room I had in Longshuyan was empty. All my audio files disappeared. As if I had never existed. The mountain's voice said, "What is returned to the wrong place will be erased from that place." I laughed. Not because anything was funny. Because I finally understood what my mother meant. That mountain returned you to me once. No, it had not returned me. It had lent me back. The next morning, the rescue team found Mai and Fook near Tui Lim Lake. Both were soaked and exhausted, but alive. Fook was holding his damaged camera. The memory card inside was burned black. He remembered nothing after hearing his father's voice in the forest. Mai remembered more. She remembered the hut. She remembered Uncle Muoy. She remembered me stepping into the crack in the stone. But when she told the story, no one believed her. People said there was no current guide on the mountain named Muoylan. One elderly local official heard the name and fell silent for a long time before saying, "Muoylan died more than 30 years ago. He carried a child down the mountain after a disappearance in the forest. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he died." Mai asked, "What happened to the child?" No one knew. Because the old record had been lost. Because the mother had taken the child somewhere else. Because officially the child had never disappeared. 3 days later, Mai came to my rented room in Longshuyan. The landlord said no one named Due had ever rented that room. But in the empty room on the desk, there was still a recorder. The battery was dead. The memory card was intact. Mai took it home. Took her a week to open the final file. At first, there was only rain. Then footsteps on stone. Then my breathing. After that, my father's voice. "Are you sure?" My voice answered, "I am afraid." My father said, "No one lives without fearing the loss of their own life." I asked, "What does a keeper do?" He answered, "Listen, remember, and keep the greedy from opening the wrong road." There was a long silence. Then my voice said, "Go, Dad." Someone cried. Maybe me. Maybe him. Then the bell rang. Mai said that when she heard this part, every light in her room went out. The recorder kept playing. But the final voice in the file was not mine. It was a child's voice, very close to the microphone. It laughed softly and said, "Next time, "Do not follow the lights." I turned the recorder off. After that, she quit making horror content. Phuc never returned to Injong. As for me, I do not know whether I am still myself in the way living people understand that word. Sometimes, on fog-heavy nights on Tien Kam Sun, after the pilgrims have gone down and the wind trembles across Tui Lim Lake, after the temple bell fades into cloud, I stand halfway up Vo Bo Hong and look down at the delta. I see the headlights at the foot of the mountain. I see houses. I see human lives flare up and fade away. And sometimes, I hear someone call my name from very far away, but I do not answer, because I have learned the first rule of this mountain. On Tien Kam Sun, not every voice that calls you is trying to bring you home. Some voices only want you to remember that you never truly left the mountain.
If one day you visit Nui Kam, go ahead and admire the clouds, visit the pagodas, stand beside Tui Lim Lake, and look toward Vo Bo Hong in the evening fog. But if night falls and a pale blue light drifts silently between the trees, do not follow it. And if someone calls your exact name from the darkness, do not answer. Because some mountains do not hold people with chains. They hold them with promises. In Ma Da Forest, old guides have a rule they repeat before anyone steps under the trees. If you are walking through the forest and you hear someone call your name from behind you, do not answer. If the voice calls a second time, do not turn around. And if it calls a third time, stand still. Because from that moment on, the one calling you may no longer be among the living. The worst part is not that you hear the voice. The worst part is that it knows your name. Ma Da Forest lies within the Dong Nai Nature and Culture Reserve, roughly 50 to 55 miles from Ho Chi Minh City. It is often described as one of the green lungs of southeastern Vietnam, a vast landscape of old forest, streams, lakes, and dense canopy. The region is also tied to War Zone D, an important revolutionary base during the Vietnam War. Old trails, hidden routes, field stations, and memories of heavy fighting still linger in the stories people tell about the forest. The story below is fictional. It uses the real location, real historical atmosphere, and local folklore about hearing your name called in the forest or hearing footsteps behind you when no one is there.
Pham Minh Lam was 32 years old and lived in a small apartment tucked inside a narrow alley near Ba Chiu Market. His job was nothing dramatic. He was not an investigative journalist. He was not a famous YouTuber. He was not one of those people who spent their weekends hunting ghosts in abandoned houses. Lam was a freelance sound technician. If someone needed the sound of rain, wind, footsteps, a creaking wooden door, or a forest at night, they hired him. To Lam, every sound had a reason. A cry in an empty villa could be wind squeezing through a crack in the wall. Footsteps upstairs could be old wood expanding and shrinking in the heat. A voice in the forest could be a bird, a gibbon, or an echo bouncing through layers of leaves. He believed in microphones. He believed in frequencies. He believed in waveforms. He did not believe in ghosts. That changed the day Huyn called him. Huyn was a history teacher at a high school in Thursday Duk City. She and Lam had worked together once on an educational audio project for students. Her voice that morning sounded excited, but there was something nervous beneath it. Lam, I'm working on a special lesson about Warzone D. I want real sound from Mata Forest, not stock music, not fake jungle ambience from the internet. I need the real forest, real wind, real insects, real night air. Can you do it? Lamb asked, "Are we going during the day or at night?" Quinn went quiet for a moment. "We may need to stay one night."
Làm lâu ghét.
"Then the price changes." Quinn did not laugh. "I'm serious. My family knows a local forest guide. We'll stay on approved routes. I just want to make something honest, not something sensational." Lamb was about to say no. Not because he was afraid, but because a forest was not a studio. In the forest, nothing stayed under control. Humidity ruined gear. Bugs crawled into microphones. Batteries died faster than they should. And worst of all, night forests were messy. Too many layers. Too many unpredictable sounds. Then his mother came up from the kitchen and heard the words Mada. The spoon in her hand slipped and hit the tile floor with a dry metallic clatter. Lamb turned. "Mom, what's wrong?" She bent to pick up the spoon, but her hand trembled. "Where did you say you were going?"
Mada Forest.
"Just for work." His mother stood still for a long time. Then she said something strange. "Don't go too deep.
Làm smile.
I'll be with a guide." She looked at him then, and the look on her face made his smile fade. Just because someone leads you into the forest doesn't mean the forest will let you come back. 3 days later, Lamb, Quinn, and a driver named Dung left the city at 5 in the morning. Dung was in his 40s, broad-shouldered, loud, and always chewing on a toothpick. The pickup truck rattled out of the city while dawn still sat gray over the streets. Houses became fewer. The horns and engines of Ho Chi Minh City thinned behind them. The air began to smell of damp soil, old leaves, and lake water. Quinn sat in the back seat with a folder of notes pressed against her chest. Lamb checked his gear: primary recorder, shotgun microphone, stereo microphone, spare batteries, headphones, memory cards, and dry bags. Dung glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "You're the sound guy?" "That's right." "Then you must like listening to the forest." "I like it when the recording is clean." Dung gave a short laugh. "Mada isn't clean." Lamb assumed he meant background noise, but Huyn looked up from her papers. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Jungsrud? Old stories. People say parts of that forest used to be courier trails, field stations, makeshift clinics, bomb craters. At night, people get turned around. Some hear footsteps behind them. Some hear their names being called." Lamb put his headphones on and pretended to test the recorder. "Every forest has stories," he said. Dung kept looking at the road. In other forests, the voice calls randomly. In Mada, it calls the right name. No one spoke for a while after that. They reached the meeting point a little before 8. The guide's name was Ba Thin. He was around 60, thin, sun-darkened, with deep-set eyes and an old field shirt faded by years of weather. A cloth bag hung from his shoulder. In his hand was a bamboo walking stick polished smooth from use. Ba Thin looked each of them over. "You're making a history piece?" he asked. Huyn nodded. "Yes, I want to record real forest ambience and some oral history related to Warzone D." Ba Thin turned to Lam. You record sound? Yes, sir. The old man pointed at the equipment bag. Can those machines catch the voices of the dead? Dung burst out laughing.
Lam's my politili.
They only catch sound waves, sir. Ba Thin did not smile. Then remember the difference. Some sounds are waves. Some sounds are messages. Before they entered the forest, Ba Thin gave them 3 rules. First, no one separates from the group. Second, no one follows a strange voice. Third, if you hear someone call your name from behind you, ask the people beside you first. Do not turn around on your own. Do not answer on your own.
Yung chukka.
You make it sound like a movie. Ba Thin looked at him. In a movie, when someone dies, the movie ends. In the forest, their family still has to come looking. Dung stopped laughing. By daylight, Mada was beautiful in a way that made it easy to forget how dangerous it could be. Sunlight slipped through the canopy in pale gold sheets. Old trees stood like watchmen. Dry leaves covered the red earth. Vines hung low. Roots rose out of the ground like dark veins. Lam switched on his recorder. Through his headphones, the forest became something else. Outside the headphones, he heard birds, wind, insects, and the soft scrape of branches. Inside them, every small noise was magnified. A falling leaf sounded like a hand touching the ground. A lizard running across dry brush sounded like a child's footsteps. Trees rubbing against each other sounded like an old man grinding his teeth. Quinn walked while taking notes. Ba Thin pointed out old traces beneath the new growth. A shallow trench hidden under leaves, a raised patch of ground that had once held a lookout post, and an old trail now almost swallowed by the forest. Back then, people didn't move through the forest the way visitors do now, Ba Thin said. Some routes were known only to those who walked them. One person fell, the next person remembered the path and carried on. Quinn asked, "Are there still artifacts here?" Ba Thin stared into the trees. Yes, but not everything should be dug up. Dung spoke from behind them. Maybe some of it is valuable. Ba Thin stopped walking. He turned to Dung and held his gaze for a long time. The most valuable things in this forest are the people who never came home. Anyone who comes here looking only for treasure usually does not leave empty-handed. Dung forced a laugh. That's a heavy thing to say. Ba Thin did not answer. Around noon, they rested near a nearly dry stream. Lam placed a microphone close to the thin water moving between stones. Quinn passed out bread. Dung walked away to smoke. Ba Thin snapped, "Put it out."
Jungfrauen.
It's one cigarette. There is no such thing as one cigarette in a forest. Dung muttered under his breath, but he crushed it out. Lam removed his headphones and looked around. For the first time since they had entered, he felt that the forest was looking back at him. Not one animal, not one person. The whole forest. A wide, deep, silent stare, as if every trunk knew he was an outsider. Evening fell faster than Lam expected. In the forest, light did not fade slowly. It was swallowed in layers. Ba Thin led them to a small wooden ranger shelter near a patrol route. It had a tin roof, a raised floor, and a rainwater tank behind it. They would sleep there for the night. While Huyn organized her papers, Ba Thin took an old cassette tape from his cloth bag. The plastic case was cracked. The label had turned yellow. Across it, in faded blue ink, someone had written, Mada Night 17. Lamb picked it up. Is this yours? Ba Thin shook his head. It belonged to my older brother. After the war, he sometimes joined recovery teams searching the forest. Before he died, he told me to keep this tape. Quinn asked softly, "What's on it?" "The forest," Ba Thin said.
Lams my.
"I have a cassette converter. If you want, I can digitize it." Ba Thin looked at him. "Listen to it tonight first." "On what?" The old man took out a small cassette player, so old that its plastic had yellowed with age. "It still works."
Yung linit kalo.
"That thing belongs in a museum." Ba Thin handed the player to Lamb. "But remember, listen alone, and if someone on the tape calls your name, do not answer." Lamb did not know whether to laugh or nod. He slipped the tape into his equipment bag. That night, after a simple dinner, they sat around a rechargeable lantern. The forest at night was not quiet. It was suffocatingly loud. Crickets shrilled in layers. A night bird cried somewhere far away. Branches cracked in the dark. Lamb set up his microphone and pointed it toward the trees. Through his headphones, the forest formed a wall of sound. Then he heard something underneath it. A footstep. Crack. 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 Slow, even, moving around the shelter. Lamb raised his hand for silence. Quinn looked at him. "What is it?" He slipped one side of the headphones off. Footsteps. Ba Thin immediately turned off the lantern. Darkness dropped over them. Dung swore under his breath. "What are you doing?" Ba Thin whispered, "Sit still." No one moved. Outside, the footsteps continued. Crack. 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 They passed the left side of the shelter, moved behind it, and stopped directly beneath the raised floor. Lamb felt the skin on the back of his neck tighten. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. From beneath the floor came the sound of someone breathing out. Very softly. Very close. Dung could not stand it. He switched on his flashlight and aimed it through the cracks in the floorboards. There was nothing below them but dead leaves and darkness. But when the beam swept across the damp earth, Lamb saw a footprint. A bare footprint. Small. Like a child's. Close to midnight, rain began to fall. Not heavily, just scattered drops tapping the tin roof. Quinn was asleep. Dung lay on his side, snoring. Ba Thin sat against a wooden post with his eyes closed, one hand still resting on his bamboo stick. Lamb could not sleep. He took out the cassette. Part of him was curious. Part of him wanted to prove that everything had an ordinary explanation. He put the tape into the player and pressed play. At first, there was only hiss. Then the forest came through. An older forest, distorted, muffled, far away. Insects, wind, someone breathing. Then a man whispered into the recorder. Day 17. The search team returned to the dry stream area. Last night, we heard calling from the north. Comrade 2 told everyone not to answer. Lamb sat up straighter. This was not a nature recording. It was an audio journal. The man on the tape continued. Someone walked behind the group. When we checked, no one was there. Footprints appeared beside ours. Bare feet, small, possibly a lost child. Or the tape hissed violently. The voice vanished. Lamb adjusted the volume. A long silence followed. Then, inside the hiss, a woman's voice rose from somewhere far away. Thin. Lamb looked across the dark shelter at Ba Thin. The old man still sat motionless. On the tape, the woman called again. Brother Thin. Lamb hit stop. His heart was beating faster now. Could have been coincidence. The tape had belonged to Ba Thin's older brother. Maybe there had been another Thin in the search team. That was what Lamb told himself. But as he reached to put the player away, a woman's voice came from outside the shelter, behind the trees. Lam. He froze. Rain tapped the roof. Wind slept.
Jung snot?
Ba Thin opened his eyes. The old man looked directly at Lamb. Lamb could not speak. The voice came again.
Lam.
Ba Thin lifted one finger to his lips. Do not answer. Lamb gripped the cassette player. The woman outside sounded gentle, almost kind. That made it worse.
Lam.
Come here. A cold wind moved through the shelter. The lantern flickered once, though it was turned off. In the darkness, Ba Thin whispered, "That was the second call." Lamb swallowed hard. He did not dare ask what would happen if it called a third time. In the morning, no one talked about the voice. Dung broke the silence first. I must have slept hard. I didn't hear a thing. Ba Thin looked at him. Not hearing it is lucky. Gwyn turned to Lamb. Did you record it? Lamb checked the recorder. The file from the night was still there. He played the section around 47 minutes in.
Then,
insects, the sound of Lamb shifting in place. Then nothing. No voice. He rewound and played it again. Still nothing. But right after the silence, there was a tiny sound, like a fingernail tapping the microphone casing.
top. Top. Top.
3 times. Ba Thin stared at the recorder. Delete it.
Lam Frau Wen.
I need to analyze it. Delete it. What are you afraid of in an audio file? Ba Thin looked him in the eye. I'm afraid you'll listen to it alone. Lamb did not delete it. He only turned off the recorder. They continued deeper along the approved route. The farther they went, the denser the forest became. Their phones lost signal completely. Near noon, they reached a wider stream, slow and dark between mossy stones. Quinn wanted a few visuals for the lesson. Lamb placed a microphone by the bank. Dung crossed the stream to find a better angle. Ba Thin crouched to study marks in the mud. Suddenly, Huyn went still.
Lam.
What? There's someone across the stream. Lamb followed her gaze. Between the tree trunks on the other side stood a woman with her back turned to them. Her clothes were dark brown. Her hair was tied low. She was very thin. She stood without an umbrella, without a hat, unmoving in the damp shade. The ground was soft from the rain, but the hem of her clothes had no mud on it. Ba Thin pulled Huynh back. Do not call her. Dung saw her too. He raised one hand. Hey, are you lost?
Ba Thinh sao tét. Dung.
Be quiet. Too late. The woman turned her head just a little. Not enough for Lamb to see her face. Enough for him to see the corner of her mouth lift. Then she stepped behind a large tree and vanished. Dung ran toward her. Hey, wait! Ba Thin crossed the stream faster than Lamb thought possible and grabbed him by the collar. Are you trying to die?
Dung to free.
What if she really is lost? Ba Thin pointed at the mud. Then where are her footprints? Everyone looked down. Dung's shoes had left clear tracks. Ba Thin's sandals had left clear tracks. Where the woman had stood, there was nothing. Only 3 dry leaves laid in a straight line like an arrow pointing into the forest. After the woman by the stream, Ba Thin decided they were turning back.
Dung obestet.
We came all this way just to turn around? Huynh hesitated too. But the historical site you mentioned. Ba Thin shook his head. Today, the forest doesn't want us going farther. Lamb looked at him. You talk as if the forest is a person. Ba Thin answered, You live in the city, so you think only people have memory. The forest has memory too. It remembers blood. It remembers crying. It remembers those who were never carried home. No one argued after that. But when they started back, the trail was wrong. That morning, they had passed a large tree split black by lightning. Now it was gone. In its place was a red dirt path running between 2 rows of bamboo. Ba Thin stopped. This is not right. Dung snapped, You're the guide. How can it not be right? Ba Thin pulled out a compass. The needle spun once, stopped, then spun again. Huynh went pale. Are we lost? Ba Thin did not answer. He crouched and studied the ground. Lamb saw them too. Footprints. All 4 of them wore shoes or sandals. These were bare feet, small like the print beneath the shelter the night before. The tracks led down the center of the trail and disappeared into the trees. Ba Thin said, We do not follow those. Dung had gone strangely quiet. Since seeing the woman, he had been looking around as if searching for something. Not afraid, impatient. Like a man who had come to a meeting and was still waiting for the person he came to see. They cut in another direction. After about 20 minutes, Huynh's foot slipped forward into empty space. Lamb grabbed her just in time. Directly in front of them was a large pit covered almost completely by dry leaves. It dropped about 10 feet into black water and crumbling earth. If Huynh had taken one more step, she would have fallen in. Ba Thin stared at it. This is not on the route. Dung shined his flashlight down. Bomb crater. Maybe, Ba Thin said. Lamb suddenly heard static in his headphones. He looked down at his recorder. He was certain he had turned it off. But the screen was glowing. It was recording. Elapsed time, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Lamb pulled off his headphones. A child's voice came from the recorder. Very small. Don't step. Quinn backed away, one hand over her mouth. Dung snatched the recorder from Lamb. What is that? The file kept running. The child's voice repeated, "Don't step down." Then a woman's voice came through the speaker. "Lam." Bothin's face went white. That was the third call. At that exact moment, a branch snapped behind them. Footsteps. Slow, even, coming closer. Bothin motioned for them to stand close together. No one was to turn around. The footsteps stopped about 5 yards behind them. Lamb heard breathing. Not an animal, person. Rough, heavy, as if whoever stood there had been walking for a very long time without rest. Quinn trembled so hard Lamb could feel it through her arm. Dung whispered, "There's someone there." Bothin said, barely moving his lips, "Do not turn." But Dung turned his head. The color drained from his face. Lamb did not see what Dung saw. He only saw Dung take one step back, then another. His mouth opened. "Dad."
Bà thình sao tét, Dung.
Dung did not hear him. He stared into the forest behind them. "Dad, is that you?" Then he ran. He shot through the brush so fast no one could grab him. "Dad, wait!" Bothin swore and ran after him. Lamb and Huyn had no choice but to follow. The forest seemed to close around them. Thorns struck their faces. Vines caught their feet. Dung's voice came and went ahead of them. "Dad!" Then it stopped. Not faded. Stopped as if someone had cut the sound from the air. Bothin halted at the edge of a small clearing. In the middle stood a huge old tree, its roots twisting above the soil. At its base was the mouth of an old tunnel almost hidden by brush. Dung was gone. Only his lighter lay in the dirt. Bothin stared at the tunnel entrance. "There used to be a small liaison station here," he said. Quinn asked, "Why didn't you tell us?" "Because this route isn't on the map anymore. I didn't think we could reach it."
Làm picket úp Dung sợ lại từ.
There were 2 initials scratched into the metal. TD. Bothin saw them, and something changed in his eyes. "What is Dung's family name?" he asked. Lamb looked at Huyn. She shook her head. "He was assigned by the transport company. I don't know." From inside the tunnel came Dung's voice. Far below them. "Help me." Lamb stepped forward, but Bothin caught his arm. "Wait." The voice came again. "Help me. I fell." Huyn began to cry. "We have to help him." Bothin dropped a stone into the tunnel. There was no sound of impact. Only silence. Then Dung's voice came again. This time it was close. Right at the mouth of the tunnel. Come down here. Lamb felt cold crawl over his skin. It sounded like Dung, but there was no breath in it, no pain, no panique. It was flat like a recording playing at the wrong speed. Ba Thin stepped back. That is not him. They could not leave Dung behind, but they could not enter the tunnel blindly either. Ba Thin took rope from his bag and tied it around the tree roots. He told Lamb to hold the flashlight while he lowered himself first. Huynh protested. You're too old for this. Let me. Ba Thin cut her off. I know this forest better than any of you. He slipped down into the tunnel mouth. After only a few feet, his feet touched a packed earth ledge. There's a passage, he called up. It isn't deep. Lamb and Huynh looked at each other. In the end, all three went down. Below the roots, the tunnel was low, wet, and smelled of old earth. Tree roots had pushed through the walls like fingers. They moved bent over, flashlights cutting narrow beams through the darkness. Their light found fragments of a rotten hammock, a rusted canteen, old tins, and blackened pieces of wood. Nodung. But on the floor was a drag mark, as if someone had been pulled deeper inside. Huynh gripped Lamb's arm. Ba Thin walked ahead, tapping the ground with his bamboo stick.
Top. Top. Top.
Suddenly, he stopped. A sentence had been carved into the tunnel wall. The letters were faint, but readable. Do not answer when you hear your name. Beneath the words was a symbol, a circle with 3 short marks inside it. Huynh whispered, "Who carved this?" Ba Thin touched the old scratches. My brother once told me that during the war, a courier group disappeared in this area. Before they vanished, they left warning marks for anyone who came after them. Lamb asked, warning them about what? Ba Thin looked into the tunnel ahead. Some nights, the enemy didn't need an ambush. They used loudspeakers to call people by name. They imitated relatives. They imitated comrades. Anyone who stepped out was gone. Huynh breathed, so the voice could have been human. At first, Ba Thin said, but after many years, the forest learned it. The words made Lamb's scalp tighten. At the end of the passage, they found a small hollow in the wall. Inside was a rusted metal box. Ba Thin opened it. There was a notebook wrapped in rotting plastic, a child's silver bracelet blackened by time, and a piece of cloth embroidered with one name, Han. Huynh looked at the cloth. Who is Han? Lamb could not answer. His throat had closed. His mother's name was Han. Could still be a coincidence. Han was not a rare name. That was what he told himself. Until Ba Thin opened the notebook. Most of the writing had blurred away, but a few lines remained. Night 17, calling from the direction of the stream. The baby is still alive. Do not let her cry. If anyone finds this, take Han out of the forest. Lamb heard a ringing in his ears. Outside, rain began to pour. From deeper in the tunnel came a woman's voice, singing a lullaby under her breath. Quinn began to cry.
Batin whispered, impossible.
Lamb asked, "You know this story?" Ba Thin stared at the bracelet in Lamb's hand. There was a story after one sweep through the forest. A young female courier ran into Mada carrying her baby. The mother disappeared. The baby was never officially found. Later, some people said a child had been picked up near the edge of the forest. No one knew for sure. Lamb clenched the cloth. His mother had once told him she was adopted, but she had never said where she came from. Never. From the end of the tunnel, Dung's voice suddenly called out, "Give me the box." Lamb spun around. Dung stood there, covered in mud, eyes red, a small knife in his hand. Ba Thin raised his stick. "What are you doing?" Dung breathed hard. "Give me the box." Quinn backed away. "Dung, what's wrong with you?"
Jung's my crocodile.
"You think I drove you all the way here for bird sounds?" Lamb looked at the initials on the lighter. "What does TD mean?"
Jung sợ do tai ten.
Trendot.
"My father." Ba Thin went still. The name seemed to age him in a single breath.
Trend dad is dead.
"He died in this forest," Dung said, "looking for this box. He said there was a map inside, something that led to valuables hidden during the war. He vanished. My mother spent her life being called the wife of a grave robber. I just wanted to know what he died for."
Ba Thin spoke queerly.
"There is no treasure in that box."
Jung screamed, "Leah!"
His shout slammed into the tunnel walls. Immediately, whispers rose all around them. Many voices. Men, women, old, young. All calling the same name.
Dot.
"Dad, come home."
Jung froze.
The knife slipped from his hand. "Dad!" Behind him, out of the dark, a blackened hand settled on his shoulder. Dung did not have time to scream. The darkness pulled him backward. Lamb's flashlight went out. In the dark, everything broke apart. Quinn screamed. Ba Thin shouted for Lamb to run. Lamb grabbed Quinn's hand and charged back toward the tunnel mouth. Behind them, Dung's voice echoed in fragments, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing, sometimes calling for his father, sometimes calling each of their names. "Quinn! Uncle Thin!"
Lam.
His voice warped and tangled with other voices. The tunnel seemed longer than before. Lamb ran and ran, but the opening did not appear. Roots struck his face. Mud slid under his shoes. Quinn stumbled. He pulled her up. Ba Thin followed behind them, muttering names under his breath. "Brother, if you're still here, show us the way." A wind blew against them from inside the tunnel. Not from the outside in. From deeper inside the earth, as if the ground itself were breathing. Then a pale light appeared ahead. The tunnel mouth. Lamb pushed Quinn up first. Ba Thin climbed after her. When Lamb reached for the rope, a hand grabbed his ankle. Cold,
Wet.
small, like a child's hand. Lamb did not look down. From the darkness below came the woman's voice.
Lamb.
He clenched his teeth. He did not answer. The hand tightened.
Lamb.
He stayed silent. Then the voice changed. It no longer called lamb, called another name.
Hang.
Lamb stopped breathing.
Hang.
It was a lullaby voice, a mother's voice, worn thin with grief. Ba Thin reached down and hauled Lamb upward. Climb! The hand around Lamb's ankle released. Just before he escaped the tunnel, he heard one last whisper. Bring my child home. Lamb crawled onto the ground, gasping in the rain. The old tree shook violently, though there was no wind. From inside the tunnel, Dung's voice came one final time. Only now it was not Dung's voice. It was the voice of a middle-aged man. Stop digging. Then the tunnel collapsed. Earth, roots, stones, and leaves crashed down until the entrance disappeared completely. As if it had never existed. It took nearly 6 hours for the three of them to find their way out of the forest. No one said much. Ba Thin led them like a man walking through a dream. Lamb held the rusted box against his chest. Quinn kept asking whether they should call a rescue team for Dung. Ba Thin only said, "We will report it, but they will not find that tunnel." He was right. 2 days later, searchers entered the area based on their statements. They found no clearing, no giant tree,
No tan el mouse.
no trace of Dung. They found only the pickup truck at the edge of the forest. Inside the truck were a folding shovel, rope, high-powered flashlights, and an old photocopied map. In the corner of the map was a name, Trandat, 1996. Dung's mother came to claim the truck. She cried for a long time. When Ba Thin told her what had happened, she said only one thing. His father heard the calling too. After he came back from Mada, he dreamed every night that someone was calling from under the ground. Then one day he left. He never came home. No one mentioned the metal box. Ba Thin told Lamb to take it to his mother. If I'm right, that box no longer belongs to the forest. Lamb asked, and if you're wrong? Ba Thin looked toward the distant trees. Then the forest would never have let you carry it out. That night, Lamb returned home. His mother was sitting at the kitchen table sorting vegetables. She saw his muddy clothes, his hollow face, and the box in his hands. She did not ask where he had been. She only said, "You heard it, didn't you?" Lamb set the metal box on the table. His mother's hand froze. The vegetable leaf she was holding fell into her lap. Lamb opened the box and took out the silver bracelet and the cloth embroidered with the name Han. His mother touched the cloth. At first, she did not cry. She simply sat there for a long time. Then she rolled up her left sleeve. On her wrist was a faint scar, exactly where a child's bracelet might once have been too tight. Lamb felt his heart sink. "Mom," she said quietly, "when I was little, my adoptive mother told me I was found near the edge of a forest. People heard a baby crying through the night. In the morning, when they went in, they found me lying in a torn hammock. No one was beside me. And the name Han? My adoptive mother didn't choose it. They found this name wrapped with me. Lamb sat down. The little kitchen became so quiet he could hear traffic passing at the end of the alley. His mother held the bracelet, her hands shaking. I used to dream about a woman standing beside a stream, she said. She had no face. She only sang me to sleep. Every time I asked who she was, she said one thing. Lamb's voice was barely a whisper. What did she say? His mother looked at him. Do not answer when the forest calls your name. Lamb pulled out his recorder. The file from the forest was still there. He had not dared listen to it again. His mother said, "Play it." Lamb connected the recorder to a small speaker and played the final section before they escaped the tunnel. At first, there was only rain, heavy breathing, soil collapsing. Then the woman's voice came through, clearer than ever. Not distant, not distorted. As if she were standing in the kitchen with them. Bring my child home. His mother broke down. She folded over the table and pressed the bracelet to her chest. Lamb switched off the recorder. But the speaker kept playing. A soft lullaby drifted from it. Lamb looked at the recorder screen. The recorder was off. The battery was out. But the sound continued. His mother lifted her head. Outside the kitchen window, beyond the glass, came the sound of leaves moving in a forest wind. There were no trees out there, only concrete walls, electrical wires, and the narrow alley. The lullaby stopped. A woman whispered, "Han." His mother stood as if pulled by an invisible thread. Lamb caught her hand. "Mom, don't." The voice called again. "Hang." His mother could barely speak through her tears. "She has been looking for me my whole life." Lamb shook his head. "Do not answer." In the dark glass of the window, a woman's shape appeared. Low-tied hair, brown clothes, very thin. Her back was turned. The same woman from the stream. The voice called a third time. "Han, come home to your mother." Lamb held his mother tightly and closed his eyes, waiting for the glass to break, for footsteps to enter the kitchen, for something impossible to crawl into their home. Nothing happened. Only his mother whispered, "I cannot come home. I still have Lamb." The figure at the window stood still for a long time. Then a sigh came from the speaker. Not angry, not vengeful. Only sad. So sad the kitchen seemed to grow cold around them. The woman said, "Then I can rest." The shape vanished. The sound of leaves faded. The recorder lay silent on the table. Later, Lamb found a new audio file on the memory card. He had not created it. Its name was MA_day_night_18.wave. He opened it only once. There were no ghosts in it, no calling, no footsteps. Only the forest at dawn. Birds far away, a soft stream, a quiet morning after rain. And at the final second, Ba Thin's voice whispered, though he had not been anywhere near Lamb's house. The forest has returned someone. Lamb deleted the file. From that night on, his mother never dreamed of the woman by the stream again. 1 month later, Lamb returned to Mada. This time he went in daylight. He brought no microphone,
No recorder. No headphones.
only incense, a few white flowers, and a copy of the cloth embroidered with Han's name. Ba Thin waited for him at the forest edge. The old man did not ask why Lamb had come back. He only handed him a bottle of water. "We do not go deep," he said.
Làm nốt đét.
They stopped near the dry stream, the place where Huynh had first seen the woman. Lamb laid the flowers on a stone and lit the incense. Thin smoke rose into the morning light beneath the canopy. He did not know the woman's true name. He did not know the year she died. He did not know how long she had run through the forest with a crying baby in her arms, surrounded by war, rain, fear, and voices from the dark calling names they had no right to know. He knew only this. Some people die and still do not leave the place where they fell. Not because they want to frighten the living, because something remains unfinished. A name. A child. Promise. Ba Thin stood behind him and removed his hat. Wind passed through the trees. For one moment, Lamb heard footsteps. He did not turn around. Ba Thin did not turn around either. The footsteps stopped behind them, very close. Then something like a hand touched Lamb's shoulder. Warm. Not cold. After that, the footsteps moved away, deeper and deeper into the forest. Lamb looked down at the soft mud by the stream. There was one footprint there.
Bara.
Small. But this time it did not lead into the trees. Pointed toward the light. Ba Thin said softly, "Someone has gone home." Lamb asked, "And Dung?" Ba Thin was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Some people enter the forest to find family. Some enter to find what does not belong to them. The forest knows the difference." Lamb did not ask anything else. Before they left, he heard a faint voice from deep in the trees. It was not calling him. It was not calling his mother. Called another name.
Dat.
"Dat, come home." Ba Thin put a hand on Lamb's shoulder. "Let's go." They walked out of the forest. Behind them, the calling continued, growing farther and farther away until the trees swallowed it whole.
People say Mata Forest has a voice. Some hear their own names spoken between the trees. Some hear footsteps behind them and find no one there when they turn. Some say it is only echo. Some say it is the memory of an old battlefield. After that trip, Lamb no longer tried to prove anything. He still worked in sound, he still trusted his equipment, but he never broke one rule. When he was recording in the forest, if a voice came through his headphones too clearly, too closely, and called him by name, he took the headphones off. He stood still. He did not answer, because some sounds are meant to be heard. Some sounds are meant to warn you, and some sounds are the dead speaking to the living. In Mata, the forest does not only keep trees, it does not only keep streams, it does not only keep old trails hidden beneath leaves, It keeps the names of those who never made it home. And sometimes, on a rainy night, when you are walking under the canopy and believe there is only darkness behind you, you may hear footsteps. Crack. 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 Then a familiar voice will whisper, "Do not turn around. Do not answer." Because this time, it is calling your name. Some places are meant for prayer. Some places are meant for silence. And some places should never make you turn around when you hear someone call your name. Hang Duong Cemetery, Condao. By day, it is calm beneath the trees, beneath the drifting incense smoke, beneath the quiet footsteps of visitors who come to bow their heads. But when night falls, when the wind comes in from the sea and moves through the old casuarina trees, when the smell of incense suddenly grows heavy even though no one has just lit a stick, and when a whisper calls the exact name of someone still alive, that is when people begin to understand something. Some spirits do not need to show themselves. They only need to call once. And if the person they call turns around, that person's story no longer belongs completely to the present. Hang Duong Cemetery is located in the center of Con Dao District in Barrio Vung Tau Province, Vietnam. It is one of the most important historical and spiritual sites in the archipelago. It is the resting place of thousands of revolutionary soldiers, political prisoners, and patriotic Vietnamese people who were imprisoned, exiled, and killed during more than a century of struggle for national independence. To many Vietnamese people, Hang Duong is not simply a cemetery. It is memory. It is grief. It is a place where the living come to honor those who died inside what was once called the earthly hell of Con Dao prison. But beside the real history, there are also strange stories passed from one visitor to another. Some people say they have heard whispers there at night. Some say they have smelled an unusually strong fragrance near the graves after midnight, even when no one nearby had just burned incense. And there is one warning that locals tend to repeat in a very quiet voice. If you visit Hang Duong at night, go with a sincere heart. Do not joke around. Do not call each other's names too loudly. And if you hear someone calling from behind you, do not answer too quickly.
Min did not believe in ghosts. He worked as a freelance sound recordist in Ho Chi Minh City. His job took him from place to place, capturing environmental audio for documentaries, podcasts, and horror stories. Rain falling on a sheet metal roof, tires grinding over a mountain pass, a church bell at dawn, waves breaking against black stone. To Min, sound was only vibration. With a good microphone, good headphones, and enough time in post-production, almost anything could be explained. That was what he believed until an old memory card arrived at his studio. There was no sender's name, no return address, only a pale yellow envelope containing a microSD card wrapped in a piece of yellowed notebook paper. On the paper, someone had written one line by hand. If you work with sound, please listen to this for me. Do not open the last file after midnight. Min laughed when he read it. He assumed it was a prank from someone who followed one of the horror audio channels he had worked with. That evening, after a cold box dinner, he plugged the memory card into his computer. There were 4 audio files on it. The first 3 contained wind, ocean waves, and footsteps on stone. Nothing unusual. But the 4th file had a strange name. hang_duong_00h17.wave. Min checked the clock. 11:48 p.m. He remembered the warning not to open the last file after midnight. And because he did not believe in warnings like that, he put on his headphones and pressed play. First, there was only a low wind. Then came the rustle of leaves. Then the sound of someone breathing. Whoever had recorded the file was walking very slowly, trying to hide their own breath. After about a minute, a woman's voice came through the static. It was soft, neither near nor far. Do not step beyond that line of trees. Min frowned and raised the volume. The wind hissed and broke apart. Then the whisper returned. This time it was clearer. Do not let it know your name. Min sat up straight. In the headphones, the footsteps stopped. The person who had recorded the file seemed to be standing completely still. Then, from very far away, a man's voice called out.
Minh.
He tore the headphones off his ears. The room was silent. The air conditioner still hummed. The desk lamp still burned. Outside the window, traffic moved along the narrow street below his apartment building. Min looked back at the screen. The file was still playing. The waveform moved normally. He told himself it had to be a coincidence. Min was a common name. There was nothing to be afraid of. But when he put the headphones back on, the voice in the file spoke again. This time it was closer, clearer, and slower.
Nguyễn. Hoang. Minh.
His entire body went cold. That was his full name. A name the person who mailed the card could not have known, unless they knew him personally. He immediately stopped the file and pulled out the memory card. But the moment the computer screen went dark, his phone lit up. A message had arrived from an unknown number. It said only this: "You listened. Now you have to go to Hang Duong." 3 days later, Min was in Condao. He told himself the trip was for work. A client was producing a documentary about Condao's memory and needed atmospheric sound from Hang Duong Cemetery at night. Min would record the soundscape and, while he was there, look into the memory card. Nothing more. The plane landed in Condao on a windy afternoon. From above, the sea had been impossibly blue, wrapped around dark mountains like a quiet arm. But as soon as Min stepped out of the airport, he felt something strange. Not fear. More like recognition. As if he had heard this wind before. As if he had smelled this salt air before. As if he had once stood in this place, even though this was the first time in his life he had ever set foot on the island. The taxi driver who picked him up was a man in his 50s with sun-darkened skin and a slow, low voice. His name was Locke. When Min said he wanted to record inside Hang Duong Cemetery at night, Locke did not ask many questions. He only looked at Min through the rearview mirror and said, "You can go. But night there is not like night anywhere else."
Minh smile lightly.
You believe those stories too? Locke did not smile. It is not about belief, he said. In Condao, there are things you do not need to prove. The taxi moved along quiet roads. Mountains on one side, sea on the other. The houses were sparse, the air clean, and everything looked peaceful in a way that felt almost staged. But when the car passed the old Condao prison area, Locke slowed down. Min looked out the window. Moss-dark walls stood beyond the trees. Silent. Still. No one was there. Yet Min suddenly heard a very faint sound, like fingernails scraping against an iron door. He turned to the driver. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" "A sound, like scratching." Locke said nothing for a few seconds. Then he kept his eyes on the road and answered, "Maybe wind moving through a crack in the wall." Min knew he was avoiding the subject. That night, after checking into a small guest house near the town center, Min carried his recording gear to Hang Duong Cemetery. Outside the gate, several people sold flowers and incense. The streetlights were a pale yellow, and the wind made the bundles of white chrysanthemums tremble. An elderly woman sat beside a small wooden table. Her hair was almost entirely silver. Her face was worn, but her eyes were very bright. She called him over. "Are you here to pay respects, son?" "Yes," Min said. "I am here to record some documentary sound. I also want to light incense." She gave him a bundle of incense and a small bouquet of white flowers. When Min handed her the money, her fingers brushed his hand. She froze. Then she looked at him for a long time. "What is your name?" Min was surprised.
Minh.
"Your full name?" He hesitated.
Nguyễn Hoang Minh.
As soon as she heard it, the woman's face changed. It was not exactly fear. It was not exactly pity. It was something in between. She lowered the incense back onto the table and spoke more quietly. "Do not go too deep tonight." "Why not?" The old woman did not answer right away. She looked at him as if she were looking at someone who had already walked farther than he should have. "Someone has been waiting for you here for a long time." Min forced a small laugh. "That is a frightening thing to say." She did not laugh. "Not everyone who is called should answer." The sentence was exactly like the warning in the audio file. Min immediately asked, "Do you know who sent me that memory card?" She shook her head. But her eyes said she knew more than she was willing to say. Before Min stepped through the gate, the old woman called after him. "If you smell incense very strongly but see no smoke, stop where you are. Do not keep walking." Min turned back. "Why?" The wind moved through the trees. Her figure blurred into the yellow light. Because when that happens, it is not the living who are burning it. Hang Duong Cemetery at night was not like any cemetery Min had ever known. It did not feel abandoned. It did not feel neglected. It was clean, solemn, and quiet. Walkways ran between rows of graves. The lights were bright enough to show the path, but not bright enough to chase all the darkness out from under the trees. Incense smoke lingered in the air. There was the smell of fresh flowers, wet earth, and wind from the sea. Min set up a microphone near an empty walkway and checked the signal through his headphones. The sound was beautiful. Wind through the casuarina trees formed a thin, deep bed of sound that stretched like breathing. Now and then, a dry leaf rolled across the tile. Far away, visitors murmured near the graves. Min checked the time. 10:36 p.m. Still early. He began recording. For the first half hour, everything was normal. Min walked slowly through the cemetery and remained respectful. He did not film close-up images of names on graves. He did not read the names aloud. He did not joke. He reminded himself he had come only to capture the atmosphere. But when the clock reached 11:17 p.m., a small click snapped inside his headphones. Interference. Min stopped and checked the cable. Nothing was wrong. Then he heard whispering. Very faint. Like two people speaking behind a row of trees. He lifted one side of the headphones from his ear. Outside the headphones, everything was silent. He put them back on. The whispering was still there. It was not clear Vietnamese. It was not wind. It sounded like many people talking at once in a room far away, on the other side of a thick wall. Min turned the microphone toward the sound. The waveform jumped. He swallowed. Is someone there? No one answered. Only the wind. Then a very strong fragrance moved toward him. Not ordinary incense. An old fragrance, dense, warm, like a large bundle of incense had just been lit in a closed room. Min looked around. There was no smoke. No person nearby. Every incense bowl around him had already burned down. He remembered the old woman's warning. If you smell incense very strongly but see no smoke, stop where you are. Do not keep walking. Min stood still, but the whispering in his headphones grew clearer. This time, a woman's voice separated itself from all the others. You came.
Minh phô rơi.
Not because of the words, because of the voice. It sounded like his mother. Min's mother had died 7 years earlier after a long illness. Near the end, she had barely been able to speak clearly, but this voice sounded like hers when she was young, like the voice on the old tapes his family still kept. Min pulled off the headphones. His heart hammered. Outside, the wind moved through the casuarina trees. There was no one there. He put the headphones back on. The woman's voice continued. Do not let them call your name.
Minh stipet bắt quát.
At that exact moment, a man's voice spoke behind him.
Nguyễn Hoang Minh.
Not through the headphones. Not through the recorder. The sound was real. Very close. Min spun around. A man stood about 10 meters away beneath the shadow of a casuarina tree. He wore a white shirt and dark pants. He was tall and thin. His head was slightly lowered. The cemetery light did not reveal his face.
Minh sợ breathing quýt keng.
Who are you? The man did not answer. He simply turned away and walked slowly down a smaller path on the right. Min knew he should not follow. But the man was holding something in one hand. An old brown handkerchief. It looked exactly like the one Min's mother had kept inside a wooden box, the one she always said had belonged to his grandfather. Min gripped his recorder and followed. The narrow path led him into a quieter section of the cemetery. The farther he walked, the stronger the incense became. The air turned noticeably colder. Min called out, "Hey, stop." The man ahead of him did not turn around. His steps were slow, but Min could not catch up. At times, the man seemed only a few meters away. But whenever Min quickened his pace, the distance stretched again, as if the path between them were lengthening inside the dark. Then the man stopped in front of a grave. Min stopped too. The grave stood beneath the trees, neat and clean, with fresh flowers and a few burned-down incense sticks. Min raised his small flashlight. The name on the stone made him freeze. It was not a family name. It was not the name of anyone Min knew. It was a stranger's name, Tran Van Hoa. Under it were the years of birth and death. Before Min could understand, the man in the white shirt vanished. There were no footsteps, no shadow leaving the path, only the brown handkerchief lying on the edge of the grave. Min stood there for a long time before daring to bend down and pick it up. The handkerchief was old, its fabric worn thin. Inside it was a small notebook wrapped in oil paper, the kind of notebook that belonged to another era. There was no name on the cover. Only one faded line of writing. "Do not let the child carry my family name." Min felt his scalp tighten. He opened the first page. The handwriting leaned to one side. The ink nearly faded away. The entries were short like a journal. Some pages held only a few sentences. Today they brought more people into the camp. One young woman was holding her pregnant belly. She did not cry. She only asked whether, if she died here, her child would be buried with her. Min turned the page. The child was born on a rainy night. No one dared to cry loudly. We wrapped him in torn cloth. He had done nothing wrong. Min's hands began to shake. He turned another page. "I do not know how much longer I will live. If anyone gets out of here, please take the baby away. Do not let him grow up with a name that can be hunted." A sudden gust of wind tore through the trees. The pages shivered in his hands. Min held the notebook tighter. On the last page, one line had been written in a hurried hand. "Her name is Lon. The child has no name yet. Whoever receives him, give him a new name. But when he is old enough, bring him back to Hang Duong. Someone is waiting." Min nearly stopped breathing. His mother's name was Lon. But she had been born in Saigon. That was what the family had always said. His grandmother had died early. His grandfather, according to family stories, had died somewhere in the war with no known grave. Everything had always been vague. Everything had always been missing documents. Min had thought that was simply what war did to families. But this notebook, this handkerchief, this voice in the headphones, all of it felt like old bones being uncovered from the soil. Min pulled out his phone and called Locke. No signal. He called the guest house. No signal. The screen showed 11:58 p.m. 2 minutes until midnight. Behind him, the whispering rose. This time it was not coming through the headphones. Many voices, many breaths, many syllables overlapping. One sentence repeated again and again. "Give the name back. Give the name back. Give the name back." Min held the notebook against his chest and ran back toward the main path. He had no idea how long he ran. The rows of trees looked the same. The turns looked the same. The pale yellow lights repeated over and over, as if he had become trapped inside a loop. Every time he thought he was near the gate, another row of graves appeared in front of him. The incense smell grew stronger and stronger until he could hardly breathe. Then he saw a security guard standing at the end of the path. The man held a flashlight. He was short and broad-shouldered. Min ran to him in relief. "Sir, please help me." The guard turned around. He looked about 60, with a stern face that was not unkind. He looked at the notebook in Min's hand, then glanced around. "Where did you get that?" "Someone led me to a grave," Min said, gasping for air. "I don't know what is happening." The guard was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Follow me. Do not look to either side." Min stayed close behind him. The guard's flashlight shone only on the ground ahead, a small circle of light around their feet. On both sides of the path, Min heard people speaking. Men, women, children. Some called his name. Some called another name. Little N. And come here. Come home. Min clenched his jaw and did not look. The guard walked ahead and spoke quietly. It is normal for the living to fear the dead, but here, the dead are not as frightening as the things the living try to forget. Min asked, "Do you know what this notebook is?" "Yes." "Do you know who I am?" The guard did not answer right away. They passed through a corridor of strong wind. Casuarina leaves fell and spun across the tiled path. After a while, the guard said, "Some people were taken away from Kandao when they were too young to remember. Some grew up with new names, new families, and new lives. Not to betray the past, to survive it." Min's spine went cold. "You mean my mother?" The guard stopped. He turned just enough for Min to see half his face. "Not only your mother." Before Min could ask anything else, the cemetery gate appeared ahead. The streetlights outside made him feel as if his lungs had opened again. The elderly incense seller was still sitting there. Locke, the taxi driver, stood beside her. Both of them looked as if they had been waiting for him for a long time. Min rushed through the gate and bent over, gasping. When he turned back, the guard was no longer behind him. "Where is the guard?" Min asked. The old woman looked into the cemetery. "What guard?" "The one who just brought me out. Around 60. Security uniform. Flashlight." Locke's face went pale. The old woman placed one hand on the incense table. "You mean Uncle Ba Din?"
Min not dead.
"He died 3 years ago," she said. The air around the gate seemed to freeze. Min looked back into the dark walkway inside the cemetery. The lights were still burning. The trees still moved. No one stood there. Locke said softly, "When he was alive, he guarded this place for more than 20 years. Anyone who got lost at night, he would bring back to the gate. Since he passed, people still say he sometimes leads them out." Min could not speak. The old woman looked at the notebook in his hand. "So they finally gave it to you. Who gave it?" She did not answer. Instead, she asked, "Did you hear what name they were calling?" Min remembered, and his throat tightened. The old woman closed her eyes. "Then it is true." "Who isn't?" When she opened her eyes again, they were wet. "That was your first name." Min did not remember sitting down on the plastic chair outside the cemetery gate. Every sound around him became distant. A motorbike passing on the road, the wind, the dry breath of Locke beside him. The old incense seller poured him a glass of water. Her hand trembled slightly. "You were not born in Saigon," she said. "You were born on Kandao soil." Min shook his head. "That is impossible. My birth certificate." "Documents can be remade," she said. "People who survived those years sometimes had to change names, change hometowns, even change family lines. Not because they wanted to forget, because if they did not disappear on paper, they might not survive in life." Min gripped the notebook. "Did my mother know?" The old woman nodded. "She knew, but she was afraid to tell you." "Why?" "Because she was afraid you would come back." The answer cut into him. "Afraid I would come back to the cemetery?" The old woman looked directly at him, afraid you would hear the call. Locke stood nearby holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers. He kept looking at the ground. The old woman continued. In those final years of a violent time, a woman named Lan was sent to Kandao with a group of political prisoners. She was pregnant. No one knew for certain who the child's father was. Some said he had died before she was arrested. Some said he was still in another prison camp. Some said his real name was never recorded. The child was born on a rainy night.
No papers, no cradle, no joifel cries.
Only a few imprisoned women tearing old clothing into strips and passing the baby from arm to keep him warm. A prisoner named Tran Van Hoa wrote the story down in a small notebook. He was not the child's father, but he was the one who found a way to get the child out. When a rare chance came, the baby was handed to a woman working outside the camp and eventually taken back to the mainland. His first name was a simple name. Because inside hell, all anyone wanted was for a child to live in peace. By then, tears had begun to fall down Min's face. So my mother, your mother was that baby, the old woman said. Min looked up sharply. The old woman looked at him for a long time.
No, son.
You are the next generation, but the name N was not only for your mother. It was a name promised for the first child of that bloodline. Your mother did not use it. She gave it to you while you were still in her womb. Then she changed her mind. I was named in? Yes. Why did she change it? The old woman looked into the cemetery. Because on the night before she filed your birth certificate, she dreamed that someone was standing at the foot of her bed. That person said, if you name him and one day Hang Duong will call him back.
Mình suốt đời.
Locke finally spoke. Your mother came here once, a long time ago. You were still small then. Min turned to him. You knew my mother?
Locke nodded.
I drove her from the airport to the cemetery. She burned incense all night. When she came back to the car, she was crying. She told me that if a young man named Min ever came here asking questions, I should not let him enter the cemetery at midnight. Min felt his heart being squeezed. She never told me. Some mothers hide the truth not because they want to lie, the old woman said, but because they believe silence is the last way they can protect their children. Min touched the memory card in his pocket. Then who sent this to me? The old woman shook her head. Not me. Locke shook his head too. The wind suddenly stopped. Everything became unnaturally silent. Min checked the time. 12:17 a.m. The exact time in the file name. From inside the cemetery, a voice called out. Not loudly, but so clearly that all three of them heard it. The old woman stood up so fast the chair scraped the pavement. Locke grabbed Min's arm. Do not answer. But the voice did not stop. Your mother is waiting. Min went completely still. It was his mother's voice. No longer in the headphones, no longer inside memory. Came from inside Hang Duong. No one stopped Min in time. He pulled free from Locke, clutched the notebook, and rushed through the gate. The old woman called after him, her voice nearly breaking. Do not follow the voice. But Min did not stop. He knew he was doing something foolish. He knew the warnings had been given for a reason. But if that voice was truly his mother's, if for 7 years she had carried something she had not been able to say, he could not remain outside the gate. Inside the cemetery, the air was cold enough to hurt his skin. Every path looked different now. The lights were dimmer, the trees seemed taller, the graves pulled back into darkness. Min ran and called Mom. The moment the word left his mouth, hundreds of whispers answered at once. Mom. 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 The voices imitated him, stretching and warping the sound, as if the cemetery had learned the shape of a living voice. Min stopped, panting. The incense smell became so strong that his eyes began to burn. Ahead, a woman's figure appeared in the walkway. She wore a pale AO dye. Her hair was pinned at the back of her neck. She was thin. Min recognized her immediately. Mom. The woman stood with her back to him. You grew up, she said. Her voice was gentle. It was his mother's voice. Min stepped forward. Mom, what is all of this? Why didn't you tell me? The woman was silent. Then she turned her head slightly. He could not see her face clearly, only half of it inside the dark. Because I was afraid you would love the dead more than the living. Min's throat closed. I only want the truth. The truth is not in that notebook. He held it tighter. Then where is it? His mother's shadow raised one hand and pointed deeper into the cemetery. Where the first person called your name. Min looked in that direction. At the end of the path, the darkness was unusually thick. Even the cemetery lamps could not enter it. From there came the cry of a child. Very small, very weak. Like a newborn crying on a rainy night. His mother's shadow began walking toward it. Min followed. With every step, the world around him changed. The sound of wind became the slam of iron doors. The sound of leaves became the crack of a whip cutting the air. The sound of insects became the faint groans of people trying not to make noise. On both sides of the path, Min no longer saw a cemetery. He saw damp stone walls, iron bars, small rooms, thin hands gripping the cracks in doors. He knew this was not ordinary reality. But the smell of mold, dried blood, sweat, and cold sea air was so real that he nearly gagged. His mother's shadow stopped in front of a dark cell. Inside, a young woman held her pregnant belly. Several other imprisoned women surrounded her. No one spoke loudly. Everyone kept looking toward the door as if terrified of being discovered. Thunder rolled. A baby began to cry. Min stood outside the cell, trembling. He understood that he was seeing a memory that did not belong to him. The young woman held the baby against her chest and whispered, "Name him in." A thin man stood behind her, holding a small notebook. He looked down at the child. "No," he said, "that name will be remembered too easily." The woman cried without sound. "He has to have a name." The man looked toward the door. "Then keep it in your heart. Do not write it down. Do not let them know." Min looked closely at the man. It was the same figure he had seen in the cemetery. The man in the white shirt. Tren van Hoa, the writer of the notebook. the man who had gotten the child out of Kondao. Then his mother's shadow spoke beside him. Do you see now? Min turned to her. What do you want me to see? That some names are not meant to be called. Some names are promises. The scene rippled like water. The baby's cry faded. The young woman dissolved into darkness. The cell vanished. Min was standing in Hang Duong Cemetery again. In front of him was an unnamed grave. No stone, no flowers, only an old incense bowl. His mother's shadow stood beside it. The person you are looking for is here, she said.
Mình nèn lét đau.
Who? The one who called you back. From behind the grave, a whisper rose. Min closed his eyes. This time he did not run. He did not cover his ears. He asked, "Who are you?" The wind passed over him. A man's voice answered from very far away. Someone who never had the chance to be a father. Min opened his eyes. Beside the unnamed grave, the man in the white shirt appeared. He was no longer as blurred as before. His face was gaunt, his eyes deep, but his gaze was gentle. He was not frightening. He looked like someone who had been waiting for too long. Min's voice shook. Were you the baby's father? The man did not answer directly. He looked at the notebook in Min's hand. In that notebook, I wrote that I was not.
Mình nốt đét.
Then why did you say? Because if I claimed him, they would look for him. Min felt his throat tighten. The man continued. His mother was Lon. Lon and I promised each other that if the child lived, his name would be in. But when the baby was taken out, I had to let everyone believe he was not my blood. A child without a father could disappear more easily than a child whose father had a recorded name. Min looked at the unmarked grave. And you? I died before I knew whether my child survived. Min shook his head. But my mother was Lon. If that child was my mother, then you are... He could not finish. The man looked at him. Your grandfather. The wind stopped. Every whisper around them went silent. Only Min's heartbeat remained inside his chest. His grandfather. A man Min had known only through broken family stories. A shadow in the house. A missing place at the altar. Someone said to have died somewhere with no known grave. And now he was here, in Hang Duong, without a name, without a family marker, without anyone to call him by who he truly was. Min lowered his head. His tears fell onto the ground. Why are you calling me now? The man looked toward the trees. Because the last person who remembers the story is beginning to forget.
Mình understood.
His mother was gone. The people who had lived through that time were disappearing one by one. The old incense seller was aging. Locke was not young anymore. If the notebook vanished, if the memory was not handed down, then this grave would remain nameless forever. Min asked who sent the memory card. The man did not answer. He only looked behind Min. Min turned around. The old incense seller stood a few steps away, but not as the elderly woman at the gate. In front of him was a young woman in old brown clothes, her hair braided behind her back, her eyes red from crying. She held a baby in her arms. Min recognized her instantly. It was the old woman in her youth. The woman who had carried the baby out of Kandao. The woman who had kept the secret for a lifetime. The young woman looked at Min and whispered, "I did not send it." Then who did? His mother's shadow appeared beside her. She looked at Min with the tenderness he remembered from life. "I did."
Min phô rơi.
"You can't. You died." She smiled. "Before I died, I asked someone to record the story, but I did not have the courage to send it to you. I was afraid you would hurt too much. After I died, the memory card stayed in a wooden box. It was found only when the house was cleared."
Min dèm bét.
After his mother's funeral, he had packed her things too quickly. Some boxes went to relatives. Some belongings were lost. But who mailed it to my studio? His mother looked toward the grave. "The living send objects," she said. "The dead choose the moment." The sentence made Min shiver. He suddenly remembered the note in the envelope. "Do not open the last file after midnight." It had not been meant to stop him from listening. It had been meant to make sure he listened at the right time. The right hour. The moment when the door between the present and memory opened a little. Min began to cry. "Mom, why didn't you tell me while you were alive?" His mother's shadow stepped closer, raising a hand as if to touch his face. But her fingers passed through empty air. "Because I lived my whole life because of one lie," she said. "I was afraid that if I told you, you would hate me for hiding it. I was afraid you would love the past so much that you would not be able to live in the present." Min shook his head. "I don't hate you." "I know," she said. "That is why I called you home." The man in the white shirt bent down and placed his hand over the old incense bowl. A red ember appeared inside it, even though no one had lit anything. The incense fragrance spread out. This time Min was not afraid. Felt warm. The man said, "Read my name." Min looked at him. "I don't know your real name." The man was silent. His mother said, "You do." Min opened the notebook. He turned back to the cover page. Under the dim light, the line, "Do not let the child carry my family name," became clearer. Beneath it was another line, nearly hidden under smeared ink. Min had not seen it before. He gently brushed away the paper dust. The words appeared.
Le tannant.
Min held his breath. The first name. It had not been meant only for the child. It was his grandfather's name. The name of the father who erased himself from paper so his child could live. The name of the man in the unmarked grave. The name inside the voice that had echoed through Hang Duong for so many years. Min knelt before the grave. His voice shook as he spoke. "Grandfather."
Le tannant.
The moment the name was spoken, wind rose from all directions. It was not violent. It was not frightening. It was like one long breath released by the earth itself. The whispers around the cemetery went silent all at once. The incense fragrance softened. The man in the white shirt looked at Min. For the first time, his eyes held peace. "Go home," he said. "From now on, if you hear your name called, you do not have to be afraid."
Min cry.
"Can't you come with me?" The man shook his head. The dead do not need to follow the living. The living only need to remember the road back. His mother's shadow slowly retreated into the incense haze. Min called out, "Mom." She looked at him one last time. "Do not turn this story into a ghost story, Min." His voice broke. "Then how should I tell it? Tell it like lighting incense." Then everything disappeared. Min woke near dawn. He was lying on a stone bench outside the grave section. The notebook was still in his hand. The recorder still hung from his neck. His battery had 1 bar left. The old incense seller, Locke, and a few cemetery staff stood around him. The old woman exhaled when she saw him open his eyes. "You scared me half to death." Min sat up. His throat was dry and raw. "How long was I in there?" Locke checked the time. "Almost 4 hours." Min looked toward the unnamed grave. The first light of morning covered the cemetery in a pale blue color. Everything was peaceful. No whispers, no man in a white shirt,
No strange incense smell.
only burned down sticks of incense. Min opened the notebook. The name Lutanen was still there. The old woman saw it and began to cry. So the name has finally been remembered. Min looked at her. "You knew his name?" She nodded. "I did, but I could not say it first. Some names must be spoken by blood. When an outsider says them, it is only a sound. When family says them, it is a return." For the next few days, Min remained in Kandao. He worked with the people who managed the historical site and tried to learn more from records, memories, and old stories. Not everything could be proven on paper. Some gaps in history had been erased by time, war, and loss. But the notebook was real. The handkerchief was real. And the audio in Min's recorder was real. When he opened the recording from that night, many parts were filled with noise. Wind, footsteps, his own voice calling for his mother, crying. The strangest part came at the end. After Min said the name Lutanen, the recorder captured a very faint sound. Not a whisper. Not anything monstrous. It sounded like many people exhaling in relief. Then a woman's voice came through. His mother's voice. Very close to the microphone. "Thank you," she said. Min never used that part in any commercial project. He kept it for himself. A month later, Min returned to Saigon. He edited the documentary he had been hired to work on. He did not add horror effects. He did not exaggerate. He did not turn the graves into a cheap scare. But in the sound bed beneath a sunrise shot of Hang Duong Cemetery, he placed a very thin layer of audio. Wind passing through casuarina trees, incense burning softly, and a long stretch of silence. Because he understood something now. Some places do not need too much storytelling. If you are silent long enough, people will hear what they need to hear. 6 months later, Min received a call from Kandao. It was Locke. His voice sounded strange, both excited and afraid. "Min, did you send anything here?" Min was sitting in his studio. His hand stopped on the mixer. "Send what?" "An envelope."
No sender.
Inside was an old photograph. Min felt a chill move up his back. What kind of photograph? Locke was silent for a few seconds. A photo taken in front of Hang Duong Cemetery. It shows Aunt Sao when she was young, a woman holding a baby, and a man standing behind them. Min gripped the phone. The man in the white shirt? Yes. Min could not speak. Locke continued. But that is not the strangest part. What else?
Min whispered.
You are in the photo.
Min stood up.
That is impossible. I know, Locke said, but it is you, exactly as you looked that night. Black jacket, recorder hanging from your chest. The studio around Min became very still. Locke went on slowly now. There is handwriting on the back. Min could barely breathe. What does it say? The line was this: the child came home, but the one who called his name was never the dead.
Min stood frozen.
At that moment, the computer in front of him turned on by itself. No one touched it. The folder copied from the old memory card opened on the screen. The 4 audio files were still there. But now a 5th file had appeared. Its name was min_00h17.wave. He did not want to open it. But the cursor moved on its own. The file began to play. First there was wind. Then footsteps. Then someone breathing very close to the microphone. Min recognized it immediately. It was his own breathing from the night at Hang Duong. But inside the file there was another voice too. A voice very soft. Not his mother. Not his grandfather. Not the old incense seller. It whispered right beside his ear. You thought you came looking for the dead. A pause. Then the voice laughed softly. But the dead were looking for the one who forgot he was still alive. Min stepped back from the desk. The studio lights flickered. A heavy incense smell spread through the sealed room.
No incense, no smoke.
Only the smell. On the screen, the waveform kept moving. The final voice came through clearly and slowly, calling the name he had never used. Min spun around. Behind him, reflected in the black glass of the recording booth, he saw a wide cemetery beneath rows of casuarina trees. And among the graves, a man in a white shirt stood watching him. But this time, the man was not alone. Beside him was a newborn baby wrapped in an old brown handkerchief. The child opened its eyes. It looked straight at Min through the glass. Then it smiled. Not the smile of a baby. The smile of someone who had waited a long time to be born again. Min heard his mother's voice from somewhere far away. Do not answer. But it was too late. In his panic, Min had already said, "Who is there?" Every sound in the studio died. The screen went black. Only one line appeared in cold white letters. Thank you for returning the name. The next morning, Min's co-workers found the studio locked from the inside. The equipment was still running. The chair was still warm. Min's phone lay on the desk. But Min was gone. There were no signs of forced entry. No security camera showed him leaving the building. There was only one new audio file on the computer. Its name was Hang_Wave. When people opened it, they heard only wind moving through casuarina trees, incense burning softly, and at the final second, a young man's voice whispered, "Do not call my name anymore." Since then, around 12:17 a.m. at Hang Duong Cemetery, some late-night visitors have said they hear a recorder click on somewhere in the dark. No one ever sees the person holding it. They only hear slow footsteps moving between the graves. Then a young man's voice speaks, polite and quiet, as if he is still working. "Please be silent for a moment. I am recording memory." And if someone accidentally asks, "What is your name?" from deep inside the casuarina trees, the voice answers, "Do not ask." Here, names never disappear. Only the living forget.
Hang Duong Cemetery is still there. Peaceful, solemn, sacred. Every day, people still come to light incense, place flowers, and bow before those who gave their lives for their country. But if one night you ever find yourself in Kondao, if you stand beneath the casuarina trees and suddenly smell incense so strongly, even though there is no smoke, if the wind begins to whisper your name, remember one thing. They may not want to harm you. They may only want to be remembered. But do not answer too quickly. Because in places where memory has never truly slept, a name is not always just something used to call a person. It can be a key, a promise, or a door into a story that once opened may not let you return with the same name you had before.